It is now 10 o'clock and we are in extended coverage here on 13 News because of the widespread weather concerns that we have across the area. What you're looking at right now is a live shot in the Ravenswood area, and you can see rescuers are walking through the water there. They are making sure that people who are trapped in their homes that would like to get out have a way to do just that.
And that's really just the main focus today. We have a lot going on, not just in this neighborhood, Broad Ripple, Rocky Ripple, you name it. A lot of our north side neighborhoods dealing with this flooding, and they're expecting that crest between 2 to 8 p.m. So really there's a lot. Our Ashton Hackman's out there. We'll check in with him in just a little bit as he's been watching these rescues as they've been developing throughout the morning. But again, a busy morning to start. Thanks for sticking with us at 10 o'clock. We are here on air, but also on stream, as well as a lot is developing. City officials going to make announcements soon. But we do want to start with our weather team this morning. Lindsay Monroe, she's been tracking this all night into the morning. So Lindsay, at 10 o'clock, what can you tell us so far?
Yeah, we've got 2 rounds of some heavier rain moving through. One is now in eastern Indiana. The secondary one now getting ready to cross over into Lebanon. That's what you're looking at right here. This is our live NDOT camera up the I-65 corridor where we've been monitoring some very dark, ominous looking clouds tracking across I-65 as we're now starting to see those water drops on that camera. Just north of there, I-65, seeing that rain that is now steadily falling at US 52 and I-65. We'll take you out to the radar. Want to go over first and foremost to where they are likely going to issue an additional flash flood warning right here in the heart of the zone. Already impacted by catastrophic flooding earlier this week. We're talking portions of western Wayne County, the leading edge of this. Now, hopefully we can get this through pretty quickly. It's been moving somewhat rapidly. So southern portions of Randolph County now into western Wayne County and then down into northern portions of Fayette County is kind of the leading edge of this rain that is here right now. It's already starting to let up in Newcastle, starting to let up in Muncie toward Anderson. That's round one. Lots of flash flood warnings issued along that for places like Muncie, Newcastle, back into Hamilton County, up to Tipton County as well. That is where round 2 is getting ready to move in. Now, the lightning strikes have certainly decreased, so that is a good sign. We've started to actually see the leading edge of this breaking apart a bit, so hopefully that will continue to be the trend here as we have the heaviest of the rainfall getting ready to track into Sheridan and then portions of western Tipton County down into Lebanon as well, with some active heavier rainfall now taking over portions of Boone County as this moves off to the east around 50 miles per hour. We're going to be back into Noblesville, going to be back into Marion County here shortly. Now, this whole system, it's been moving from west to east all through the overnight hours. It kind of broke apart into 2 distinct waves just after 6 o'clock this morning. So this first wave, again, hopefully we can get this through the state somewhat quickly as we brace for the secondary round. Now, it hasn't been a severe situation, but it has certainly brought unneeded rain at this point. So we're going to watch, especially where we've got the reds, the oranges on radar. That's rainfall rates in excess potentially of 1 to 2 inches of rain per hour. So we're hoping that this can move out quickly. There's the boundary all associated with that low pressure zone that is back to our west. Of course, kind of right there on the northern extent of that boundary is where we are anticipating some of those heavier rainfall rates today. So an already saturated area, potentially adding an additional inch or so of rainfall depending on how quickly that whole complex moves through. So that's a level 3 or 4 risk zone when it comes to our excessive rainfall potential. Going to walk you through here as we go through the next several hours. This is going to take us through that 1 o'clock hour today and then eventually into eastern Indiana as this storm complex looks to wrap up by 3 p.m. It gets hot and humid. I don't want to discount our friends in southern Indiana who really aren't expecting this heavy rain because it's going to be very hot. We could see a heat index up to 100 for places like Bloomington down to Bedford and Seymour for today, with highs that likely rebound into the low 90s. And then potentially some redevelopment here in northern Indiana. This takes us through 5 p.m. and then eventually on into the evening tonight. That whole system will start to shift out. We've got one more round expected as we get into our early Sunday morning before things should really start to quiet down, which we are all looking forward to. We've got a lot of updates working here behind the scenes. We've got new numbers coming in from our river gauges, especially down in the Ravenswood area. And I do believe that we have a live picture there. Our Keystone Avenue gauge along the White River, which is in the Ravenswood area, just reached the live pictures from this area now. As you can see, crews perhaps helping residents who are in this area, still trying to evacuate, still trying to see if people need to get out before that river continues to rise a bit. We are anticipating the crest of this stretch of the White River later this evening around 8 p.m. But of course, as we have seen a couple rounds of additional rainfall so far today, that could potentially push that a little later, perhaps into Sunday morning, which would just elongate the time that some of these roads are going to be spent underwater. We know that there are road closures, obviously, in this area near Keystone Avenue. And Sean, Ash, and I were actually looking at these potential inundation maps. And at this point, we haven't had any reports that Keystone Avenue has any standing water over top of it. A lot of these are some of these more residential areas near 75th Street, at Keystone Avenue, just north of there as well. River Road, just north of 82nd Street. We do know that they have closed that off because water is now standing over the waterway there. So yeah, this is a live picture from the Ravenswood area. We've got crews on the scene here. We're actually calling more crews in to disperse them to other parts of the city just to get some ground verification of what is actually open and what is closed at this point. So I know that we are working to get some more information in, constantly seeing this evolve here over the past couple of hours. But real quick, we'll jump to your 7-day forecast as we are anticipating some drier weather moving in during the early part of next week. Guys, we've got a lot of information coming in. We'll toss it back over to you at the desk.
All right, thanks so much. We just heard from Conner Prairie that they have closed the outdoor areas there, and they have sent us some images from above showing that the ground there is just overcome by water. And so keep that in mind. I know a lot of you maybe have sports events today, planning on going out to the fair perhaps. And so a lot of these events now are being canceled because of the weather. It's a good time just to stay home.
Yeah, and we'll show you all of that coming up here. But we do want to get back out to that Ravenswood area as well, as many people asked to evacuate with that latest flooding. Ashton Hackman again out there this morning with that emergency response behind you. You've been out there now for a few hours or so. Now that really the sun's up and you're getting a better view, what is it looking like?
Yeah, good morning, ladies. We were here at 7 on this same stretch of road, 75th, just to the west of Keystone. And the water has since covered everywhere that we were earlier. As you can see behind us here, fire crews have made their way up and down this stretch. You can see the water is pretty much up to their knees. They're carrying life jackets, asking people if they need help getting out. We were told there's about 15 to 25 people to the west of us down this stretch that need help getting from the floodwaters. This area really surrounded by that rising water. We've seen people carrying their dogs out, walking with some of the items in their home that they wanted to take with them. But again, this area in Ravenswood, just to the south and to the east of the White River, which is obviously continuing to rise with a crest expected later this evening. That is why people in this neighborhood are being asked to leave if they are able to. It's not mandatory. We've heard some of these firefighters going door to door. They told us they are going to really get this last half of 75th Street, knocking on doors, asking people if they need help getting out, and also telling them how high the water could come up, urging them if they're able to leave the area. We've also, as you saw earlier this morning, we saw boats going to and from some areas to help people so that they didn't have to walk through that water. But there are plenty of people that are out here wondering what to do next. Ladies, as we mentioned, if you are able to, the city is urging folks in Ravenswood to leave before that water continues to rise.
Some good advice there. Ashton Hackman live from Ravenswood. Thank you. Indianapolis city leaders keeping an eye on this major flooding event right now.
And we have just learned in about an hour and a half or so, Mayor Joe Hogshead, along with the Marion County Emergency Management, Indy DPW, and the fire department, they're going to be giving an update on the latest flooding impacts and also looking ahead. Again, that's in Indianapolis at 11:30. We will be streaming that live, that press conference, also providing you those updates afterwards as well.
Also, we want to show you this video that was sent in to us from Lisa Miller. And then here's a live picture from our crew. Scott Graber has gone up to the north side and gotten some pictures here. Several roads are continuing to be impacted because of the weight of the rain and the flooding.
And we know we're under that flash flood warning here this morning. That video and area where you're seeing that now, that is again Crystal River Drive. That is just east of the Keystone at the crossing, northeast side of Indianapolis. Even though he was a little far away, you still can see the collapse just so far away there.
That's right. The collapse because of the rushing water. Lisa Miller talked with us. She lives nearby, and she talked about the impact that this severe weather is having.
So many people are in such situations that perhaps might be more devastating than this. Homes, and this is just a lake, and it can be fixed.
You know, I talked with Lisa, and she said she watched the sidewalk there collapse and that the lake there is like turning brown. It's pretty disturbing to just wake up on a Saturday morning and see those changes, but that's what so many people are seeing. We've also seen several other roads close now because of flooding. So we want to take you to Hamilton County now. That was on the north side of Marion County. This is flooding from Fishers. These images taken just this morning, taken by the police department in Fishers, sharing this video. You can see the cars there that are trapped in the flooded waters. Right now, the crews are working to evacuate people that live along Wapahani Drive there.
And we also want to let you know 116th Street near Eller Road, that is closed. It's just one of the many spots. That was the start of the morning, but it has continued since then, keeping an eye on those closures there.
In anticipation of all this, Indianapolis City County councilors stepping in to help their neighborhoods prepare for the flooding today. Councilor John Barth posting this to social media that he and the Rocky Ripple Town Council prepped some sandbags for the White River to crest.
They also went door to door in the area to let their neighbors know about this incoming high water and urge them to evacuate. So if you do have to do so, the Red Cross shelter on Westfield Boulevard is open. But this is important. If you have a pet with you, you are asked to go to the Broad Ripple Park Family Center. That's where they're going to be able to give you any of the resources that your pet might need through this.
Yeah, that's really important because you say evacuate. Well, where am I supposed to go?
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
so especially if you have pets. So today the governor is expected to give his update on the state's response and the recovery efforts amid the historic flooding across the state.
And yesterday he asked for a presidential emergency declaration that's going to go through FEMA. So he will meet with Homeland Security leaders today at 3 o'clock. We will be there. That'll be on our WTHR streaming app and have those updates for you right here on 13 News.
The city of Indianapolis, through the mayor Joe Hogsett, declaring a local disaster emergency. Under this declaration, a travel advisory issued for all of Marion County. This means that residents are just asked to, pay attention, cooperate with public officials and disaster services by complying with all necessary emergency measures. That means if there's a barrier on the road, respect it, don't go around it, and any other direction that you might be receiving from crews that are out and about today.
And on top of that travel advisory there, we do want to let you know there are no travel warnings right now across the state. Those are those red warnings you might see, but there are still some watches. I'd say that's level 2 of that. That's what you can see in orange there. Some of those counties, Hamilton, Tipton, but when you look onto the east side of the state, Fayette and Franklin County as well. Now those yellow counties that you see, those are just advisories. Marion County, again, in that as well. These are those areas that are getting hit as we speak, or the ones that were the hardest hit. And Carmel, Hamilton County, again, a big focus for us. Voluntary evacuation orders are in place this morning.
That's right. The river runs right through there. So take a post from the city. They say if you live near River Road, specifically between 116th Street and 122nd Street, that's the area that they are really narrowing in on right now, and they say you should consider evacuating. So what you see here, areas highlighted in red, these are the areas of particular concern right now. They say even if your home isn't currently flooded, do not take the chance to wait it out. And then we want to show you some from above, and this shows just how widespread the flooding is on that outdoor area and the museum area. We knew that area was a risk of serious flooding, and these pictures are proof confirming just that, just how bad it is up in the Fishers area. We've been talking about 116th Street and Eller Road. We do have Samantha Johnson that's in that area efforting to get us a live shot right now, but of course our crews are dealing with the elements as well, but I think that will be forthcoming.
Yes, and there's a lot going on in Lindsay. We know that's an area you're focusing on, but also so many other spots as well. What can you tell us so far?
Yeah, we actually have a new flash flood warning.
Okay.
I don't know if I shut my mic off. Okay, we're back. So we do have a new flash flood warning. I'm going to pull Sean Ash in here as well here in just a second, because we've been working on some of these inundation maps, which give us a good idea of potentially where elevated river levels will push out onto, and it comes to neighborhoods and roadways will be affected by that. But we did get a new update from the National Weather Service here in Indianapolis. Northern portions of Marion County now added to that flash flood warning. This was an extension, but as expected, as the secondary round is now moving into this whole stretch between Kokomo down into Atlanta, Carmel, all throughout Hamilton County, and now expected to bring some heavy rain back into portions of Marion County. Real quick, want to get you updated on where the heaviest of this initial round is certainly falling from Fountain City down across the I-70 corridor here in Wayne County. The heaviest now exiting out of Cambridge City, now exiting out of Hagerstown, headed toward Richmond. So this extends down into portions of Fayette County as well. All right, here's the secondary line as it starts to track back into Tipton, back into Hamilton counties. Again, keep in mind, this is back-built back up into Howard County as well. So Kokomo now actively seeing some of the heavier rain move in. Where we're starting to see some embedded purples, the very leading edge of this, that is where that heaviest rain is falling at a rate of perhaps up to 2 inches per hour as this is cutting across the northern extent of right now Hamilton County. Wanted to show you real quickly what we've been monitoring as well. I got these NDOT cameras pulled up for you. This is going to be a live look. Well, that camera just went out. That was horrible. I'll get that pulled back up for you. But here is a secondary camera where you can see the leading edge of this line coming into downtown Indianapolis. This is a look at I-65 at 30th Street. So this would be kind of looking toward the west along that 65 corridor where we're just now getting ready to see the leading edge of that line move through. So that's what that looks like from a camera standpoint. I want to take you now into Marion County from a radar standpoint. Again, leading edge of this could contain some gusty winds to go along with it. Tracking over I-65 near 30th Street, that camera I was just showing you, kind of located right here as the leading edge moves into portions of western Marion County. Again, new flash flood warning for the northern extent of Marion County where we're dealing with all of those effects of the White River flooding. Want to take a step out here and put a tracker on the leading edge of this secondary wave that is set to come through. It's moving off to the east approximately around 50 miles per hour. So once again, areas that were just hit by heavy rain. We got round 2 coming in for you right now. We're looking ahead at Anderson by 10:44 and then Carmel basically as we speak moving into your neighborhood. So going to continue that west to east track across not just our northern counties, but all the way down through the Indianapolis metro as well. Here's a look at that bigger picture as this whole complex is moving across the northern tier of the state. Initially, this was just one big complex, and this is really broken apart into 2 waves. There's that leading edge now into Wayne County. There's that secondary round that I was talking about that is now making its way through the heart of central and northern Indiana. There's your boundary set up, all of this riding along it, and we've been kind of looking at what we call PWATS, or the precipitable water available in the atmosphere. That's how much rain, how much moisture could we potentially grab and pull down to the surface within some of these thunderstorms. And those numbers are still excessively high. So we are watching some very intense rain to come along with that. So because of that, this is your outlook for excessive rainfall all the way between Muncie, Kokomo, and Lafayette. This is where we will see numerous areas of flash flooding, not just along those low-lying locations, not just along local waterways or rivers, basically aerial coverage of this flood warning. And that's why we actually have a flood watch in effect for the whole area across basically all of northern Indiana. So as far as how this is going to time out, obviously, it's already moving through the secondary line right now. That will likely continue to exit off to the eastern side of the state by 3 o'clock today. I think potentially underneath some of those heavier downpours, we could see in excess of perhaps 1 up to 2 inches of rainfall, potentially even some higher pockets as well. So we've been watching this as the National Weather Service continuing to give us some updates here. We have storm spotters basically all over the state giving us what they're recording in their specific areas. And there was one report near Anderson where we had nearly seen an upwards of 4 inches per hour as far as rainfall rates. Sean, are you ready to go here, or should we? Okay, one more moment. So let's talk about what's to come as we get you into Sunday. That's because we have potentially one more round of some rain associated with a boundary that's going to move through. So pretty quiet outside of perhaps a stray pop-up overnight. But tomorrow morning, I do want to focus on this really quick before we get you out to some live pictures. Temperature is going to be still elevated tomorrow. That's a good sign, showing us that we have not seen the boundary come through just yet. Those numbers are going to drop behind that system as drier air finally will start to mix back into our atmosphere looking ahead at Monday. That's going to take us into Sunday morning. Here we go at 9 o'clock in the morning. So we're talking a little less than 24 hours from now. One more round of some scattered thunderstorms. Still at times we could see some of that brief heavy rainfall. But as we get into that 3 o'clock hour on Sunday, it's going to likely wrap up for us. One more round again could develop mainly south as we get into early Monday morning. That's going to be that front exiting. Behind that, things are really going to start to quiet down and dry up for us. So we'll flip it over to the 7-day outlook as we have that weather impact alert for today, obviously with all of the ongoing heavy rain, flash flooding in the area. 88 your high today. Again, temperatures are going to be hot. It's going to be very humid and uncomfortable with a heat index approaching 100 for some of our southernmost counties today. 89 as we get into Sunday, and then you can see that definite shift in our air mass as we get into Monday, Tuesday with some drier air that's likely going to move in and then eventually, hopefully, help to dry us up. Now, I've been talking a lot about this product that we've got. Do you have this pulled up on your show here?
Yep.
Max 2?
Yeah, Max 2.
All right, if we can in the production room, pull up Max 2, because we're going to show you some of this inundation here, or the potential of it. Now, this is a product that the National Weather Service office uses whenever they are issuing some of these evacuation orders, working with the city, because they can see how the river can swell and the potential low-lying spots, Sean.
Yeah, and one thing we want to point out, this is an experimental product here, but the idea is that we can at least show you, and we're showing you from a ground perspective, but we do know that the gauge there at Ravenswood and 82nd Street Bridge is in major flood right now, okay? Now, what Lindsay and I have been monitoring, and what we'll have to wait and see, is that as we zoom in on this, between 86th and the White River, that part of Keystone, at least parts of it,
Yeah, right
Lindsay,
here,
may become flooded. Obviously, all of the homes within that zone are going to be flooded at some point there, at some level, and we know where it is. So it just kind of gives us an idea of what this flooding and how wide the White River will expand. And so as we look in, so this is, now we're kind of getting into that, into the Broad Ripple area there. And then as we work down, you can see there's there's the curve in the river, all right? And so now we're talking about areas of Broad Ripple that will become flooded by the White River here, all right? And then we get a little bit farther downstream on the inundation, and now we're talking about Rocky Ripple. And so you can see that whole blue area, that blue shaded area, is why they are urging the residents of Rocky Ripple. Listen, we know that Rocky Ripple, we hear people, it floods all the time, and that is true. But this potentially could be in a historic flood, as we've had the record levels upstream in Anderson, in Noblesville, and that all has to work downstream. And now we're adding insult to injury with what's going on here, okay? So in my opinion, what we're seeing unfold, it's been the absolute worst week of weather that I can recall in my time here in this market, over 20 years, and I would argue in the near 30 that I've been doing this, one of the worst weeks, okay? So this was the last thing that we wanted to, we knew it was a possibility that we were gonna have some rounds of heavy storms. It is tracking in an area, this is the second round this morning for what you're seeing. Let's go ahead and get to the live pics. What's the location here? This is why they were urging folks to evacuate here. Now, do we know, are they on a, is this a knock-on-door mission, or is this a rescue mission that they're on?
Unsure about exactly what this mission is. I'd say they've been out there a couple hours or so.
Okay.
Right now, but something I know Ashton and our crew out there have been keeping an eye on exactly what has been going on through that.
And for, you know, just to kind of give you a gauge, so when we say major flood. Major flood is 15 feet. At the current time, it's at 15.77. It is still going up. And if you're wondering what this additional rain is going to do to this situation, that's still a little uncertain. What we believe at minimum is going to happen is it will slow the crest time, and it will delay. I mean, it's going, look where some of the heaviest stuff's going through. Hamilton and Tipton, going to go through Madison, going to go back through Delaware. So what it will do is slow the receding of the already record levels. Now, we had reached some peaks, but it's going to slow that down. And we continue to be in major flooding farther upstream. So that radar that you're seeing there, I'm just telling you, just a sad scene to see this, Lindsay. And the problem that we have is that the air that is over us it's about as high of a moisture content that you can have. And so the problem is anything that fires up, anything on radar, until we can get this atmosphere drained of all this moisture, this is what we get dealt with. We get a situation where 2-3 inch per hour rain rates, and we've already seen that here this morning. So if you're just waking up and you haven't, and as Lindsay has mentioned, there's the southern half of our viewing area are saying, what are you talking about? It's going to be a very hot day for the central and north central portion, including the metro area. We remain on the edge of the hottest air, and that's what we're dealing with. So flash flood warnings, I will tell you, and as we have addressed here the last several days, there are various types of flash flood warnings. The one that was issued for northern Marion County was a radar indicated flash flood warning. If that gets elevated to some of those flash flood warnings are going to set your phone off, okay? And that means, hey, I would argue we're already probably borderline life-threatening situation for some areas here. And keep in mind, when you look at this radar and you look at these flash flood warnings, this doesn't, we've got historic river flood, so the river flooding itself is extremely dangerous, and now we're tacking on potentially life-threatening flash flooding here, Lindsay.
And these are all expected to expire at different times, but in general, it's been the same type of setup over the past several days. Yeah. Whenever we get these pockets of heavy rain, the National Weather Service, out of an abundance of caution, puts out these flash flood warnings. And we're going to be in effect, most of them through at least noon.
And we talked about these rain rates. So this is just a rain estimation from this morning. And these are going to vary a little bit. But we're tacking on another 2 locally over 4 inches of rainfall. Yeah. In the hardest, some of the hardest hit, or where we're getting the extreme river flooding. So again, we have a combination of 2 things going on. We've got those that live along the White River are in historic flood, and now we are throwing in this flash flooding rain that is moving through.
We have crews that are actually stationed out all throughout, especially the northern extent of the Indianapolis metro along the White River. Do you have a quick rundown of where kind of folks are located? I know that we have our Sam Johnson, who was efforting a live picture from us up in the Carmel area near 116th Street. So she's on her way to the scene, but we have our established crew for the morning that's been in Ravenswood. So kind of what I noticed in Cambridge City, kind of going back to prior flooding events so far this week, the crews that were out there, they're out there actually kind of knocking on doors in the kind of mandatory evacuation zones, just seeing if there is anybody in there that they could help get out before it could potentially get worse. So that could potentially be what they are doing, seeing if there are people flagging down crews that are in need of assistance, simply because at this point, the road's completely covered. So your vehicle, it's not going to be of any help. I mean, you're going to need a flotation device at this point to get you out of some spots, especially some of those very low-lying areas along the banks of some of these local waterways that are feeding into the White River. Likely what the crew is doing, they just anticipated that closing, and so they stationed these emergency crews at certain locations that they were accessible to get into those neighborhoods to provide that assistance and provide that evacuation process, just to make that as hopefully as swift as possible. Did you say that we do have a crew out there ready to go?
Let's go with Ashton Hackman in Ravenswood. Ashton, can you what's underway, what we're seeing here right now, my friend?
Yeah, we just watched as these fire crews picked up one of these rafts. We believe they're about to head back. We are on 75th Street, so to give you some perspective, this is just west of Keystone. The White River kind of wraps behind us if you're looking off towards the distance. But these firefighters here are getting ready to take this boat and actually go back farther, closer towards the White River. As you mentioned, this isn't a rescue operation at this point. It is still, they're going door to door telling people, you know, now is the time to get out, especially in this area. As you can see, the water has completely covered the road here. And we were just on the air probably about 20 minutes or so, and 20 minutes or so ago, and the water was not completely over the road. So just to give you a perspective of how quickly this water is rising, and obviously you can see they are dealing with this in heavy rain, which, as you mentioned, is only going to make the problem worse. But here they go, taking that boat down to try to get some people to dry land, if you will, and evacuate the Ravenswood neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Ashton. Yeah, so this is an area where they were urging folks to get out.
Yeah. If Ashton can hear me, do you know if they have a expected amount of time that they're going to be out here doing this, efforting with the kind of knocking on the doors, or are they just going to play it by ear? If ever they see kind of the movement of the water getting too rapid, they would just call it at that point? Or do you have an estimated time on how long this process will be going on?
We were told that they will be here as long as they need to be, and obviously there are quite a few homes back in this stretch. If you're not familiar with this area, to basically the left of where those firefighters are walking, there are dozens of houses. It goes farther back, closer towards the White River. So we were here earlier. They were telling people to get out. There was an Indigo bus that was on standby, ready to help bus people away. But I think now they are just transitioning to find if anyone who made the decision not to leave, if they are ready to leave now. That's what that boat is for, as the water is way past the knees once you go farther back. So this essentially could be a help situation, but not a rescue operation, if you will. It's just people who might need to be getting out and don't want them walking through that water. As you can see, the firefighter there, it's up closer towards his hips. And so once you go farther back, the water, it's really not walkable, and that's what that boat is for.
And do you have any idea of where they're taking folks that may come out of that stretch of 75th Street?
Not sure. We know that they were telling people if they have somewhere to go. Obviously, people were moving their cars earlier this morning in anticipation that they would have to leave. And we have seen several people actually making a last-minute effort here along this stretch behind me. I'm behind the camera, but back towards Keystone, we've seen people getting in their cars and heading out. So really, there's not a designated area to go. There is a park back here that they were originally sending people to hop on that Indigo bus, but that's about a 10-minute walk from us, so not sure if that bus has left yet.
If we could pull up Anna's mic real quick, she's going to add some shelter information to the conversation.
Yeah, for that area there, especially over on the north side, the two main places they've been saying, the Red Cross shelter off of Westfield Boulevard, it's like 8401 Westfield Boulevard, I believe. But if you have a pet, they're encouraging you to go to the Broad Ripple Family Park Center, because they have the way for animals to do what they need to do and just to kind of make it an easier area there. Those are the two main shelters right now. My guess is they're going to take the people maybe who don't have a car, don't have family or in the area or anything. That's probably where they're going to be going, those two shelters, depending on that. Now, we do not have any numbers yet on if anyone is there at the moment, what those numbers may look like, or even overnight as well.
Okay, thank you for that information. And I know, Sean, you've been looking at where Ashton here, this live picture that you've got, where that is on our inundation mapping. So you want to break a little bit down of where the actual gauge is, where we're getting these readings and what those numbers actually mean.
Yeah, so again, you're looking at an experimental product, and that area, that blue that fans out from the river, it takes the actual data and the forecast, most importantly, the max forecast, and it gives you an aerial view of, again, it's not going to be exact, especially on the edges, but closer to the river, we know. So I'm going to zoom in a bit here. All right, those two purple dots, those are gauges along the White River. There's one that's right at the Keystone Bridge there over the White River. And I'm going to show you, so this is Keystone coming north. Here's the White River. And then this is 75th Street. And so this is where Ashton has been doing his reporting, and that's where those pictures are. And this was the area last night, as well as farther southwest in Broad Ripple, where the city was, urging folks to make plans here. Again, we know that this, Ravenswood floods when we get heavy rain. This is a different type of flood. This is, and for some folks, it's going to be a historic flood here as everything is moving downstream. Okay, as we go a little farther to the north, we're showing you the inundation map closer to the White River there at the 82nd Street Bridge. Okay, and as we
know River Road right there, that one has already been closed, the one just north of 82nd Street. Yeah,
so they've closed River Road, and potentially there's going to be some additional closures as well. So if you have plans, maybe this is not, you need to really follow this and know that in addition to the river flood warning, we now have a flash flood warning that's been issued for the northern portion of Marion County. And as we get closer to this inundation map, it suggests, and we'll see if indeed this verifies, that parts of Keystone Avenue north of the White River, north of 75th, getting closer to 80th Street, could possibly get covered by water. So we'll see how that plays out, because that again could create an additional situation where we have new closures here. Okay, so the time right now at 10:40, we continue our coverage here on Channel 13. Let's reset the radar and also reset those warnings, Lindsay, and let's take the radar back in time, because I want to show you how this morning played out and why this is concerning. Keep in mind, we were going to have all of the, we were going to have the historic river flooding in an area that was hit yesterday, been hit multiple times. So here you go. Look where this thing is tracking, right across just north of 70 and along 70. And then this is round number 2. Now we believe this may be the last for the day. Well, we hope it is, but we can't say for sure. We do know that we have daytime heating, we have a boundary, and we've got just a super moist atmosphere that is ready just to crank out. But you can only use so much of it, so much of the atmospheric energy. But here's the heavy storms right now. The focus right now is not on severe wind. There may be some rumbles of thunder. It is just the excessive rain rates that we're concerned with here as we show you live Doppler 13 radar. Heaviest pocket moving through eastern Marion County right now. The heaviest rain is done for this round in Rocky Ripple, north side of Marion County, and still some moderate rain that's falling there. But these are the flash flood warnings that are in effect. And they go for several hours here. Quicker to get a flash flood in this because of how much rain that we have had. And guys, if you have shots, you just let me know. We'll go to those as this situation unfolds. Go ahead, pop it up. We going back to Ashton's shot?
Okay. We are working on getting a couple of.
Let's, Lindsay, did you get some NDOT cameras? I'll pop those
I do,
up.
yeah. NDOT 1, I believe, is going to be, yes. So this is going to be up in the Fishers area along I-69, 116th Street. I did want to point out that we have gotten some reports. It's going to be difficult to get from the east side to the west side, vice versa, where the White River runs in between the two. So we're talking up near 146th Street, near Allisonville Road.
Okay.
They have closed the bridge that would take you across the White River there. On farther to the south, 116th Street. This is where Samantha Johnson's going to be.
Okay.
That's actually near Hazeldale, so just to the, if you're familiar with that stretch, the White River obviously runs under 116th Street, right, just approaching Hazeldale.
Okay.
So we know that that is potentially going to be impacted. I still believe that's open at this point, but kind of working to get some pictures from there. It's just so hard to know because it's ever most changing quickly. So it could be fine 1 minute and then you come back, revisit the same spot 30 minutes later and the road's underwater.
Yeah, and this will show up on the as well as on the inundation map. If you can pop up Max 2 again, we'll show that. Basically kind of what you were talking about.
Yeah.
This is that portion that where they had that record crest yesterday. There's 146th Street near Noblesville, and as you work down and kind of see some of these areas that are being inundated by this record flood, and there's 116th Street.
Yeah, so Eller, I believe,
Yeah, right.
Epler, I'm sorry, Epler.
Yeah.
That's kind of where
Yeah,
Samantha
so
Johnson
this is, let me put the pointer back on. So right here is what Lindsay's talking about, is that, and that matches up with the inundation that we were saying from the map here. We know it's not like this is an experimental product. This is 146.
That's 116th.
I'm sorry, 116th, and that's Eller Road right there. That's the intersection that Lindsay was talking about. So this is unfolding situation, friends, as we continue to monitor the record, just a record week. I mean, it's and it continues here. We're not completely done. I mean. At some point, we're going to use up energy in the atmosphere this morning. We'll have another lull, and it's very possible that we could be in a situation where we have more coming into tomorrow here. Just want to check on a few things here. And guys, if you see stuff, you just point it out, you let us know, and we'll go with it. We're going to keep the coverage rolling for right now, as potentially going to get some new closures at some point, and I'm just checking some of these new gauges. We are going to get an update on the crest times and the peak crest here pretty shortly.
Yeah, the National Weather Service just put in our chat that likely areas that have not crested yet, so we are talking basically everything south of Noblesville along the White River,
okay.
They are going to update those crest times.
Okay.
So kind of what we were anticipating before this morning round of storms, that's likely going to change, as you mentioned, to get pushed back even a little bit.
Yeah, so, and I don't know if this is the new one yet, but for example, the 82nd Street crest was going to be just a little above 21 feet near Nora at 8 o'clock this evening. Because we have had multiple rounds of heavy rain, that is something that could be delayed here. So you're looking at radar product as we analyze some stuff off the air as well. Flash flood warnings continue here. Heavy rain moving from Elwood toward Muncie. And there is, let me take off the radar product. We'll just show you the flash flood warning for the north side of Indy, not south siders, not downtown, but the north side. It's been hit multiple times this morning. And then all of these counties under flash flood warnings. Give you some of the times on these. So we've got 12:30 for Hamilton and Tipton, that northern Marion County, technically going until 3:15, includes parts of Hendricks. We have Hancock County, we have Henry County and Delaware till 12 o'clock. We've got Montgomery and Tippecanoe as well until 12:30. So we have multiple flash flood warnings. And here's a look at NDOT camera there at 116th Street. And then we'll say again. All right, here's I-69 and 96th Street as well here. Areas of intense, excessive rainfall continue at this hour across central Indiana. As we've had a whole bunch of areas that have picked up 2, in some locations over 4 inches of rain And within that zone, just north of downtown Indianapolis, anywhere from an inch and a half to over 3 inches of
Sean, we're
rainfall.
getting, I just got an update that the Noblesville water plant is now flooded. So there may be changes in water pressure or water availability and perhaps even some boil orders coming for portions of Hamilton County. So that's not official just yet, the effects of that, but we do know that the Noblesville water plant is flooded.
All right, so and that would make sense as we look at and this was the concern, because you can, historically, you can go back in time and they know when the river reaches a certain level. That what you're looking at there is the inundation map. But when the river reaches a certain level, and in this case it was in Noblesville, exceeded 24 feet. So at 24.2, numerous evacuations. So we know that, but we know that that power, the water treatment plant that you were talking about, gets impacted and gets underwater at roughly 24 feet. And so that's what we've seen here in the last 24 hours. That purple dot is Noblesville. We'll zoom in. This gives you just an idea of the expansiveness of the White River and how much ground it's covering and how many folks have been evacuated and how many, unfortunately, homes and businesses are going to be impacted by this as we move downstream there. All of this moving downstream, by the way, okay? Going to keep this thing going. And for those of you just tuning in, we are going to keep our coverage going through the top of the hour into noontime. Ann, you want to go ahead?
We are going to be staying on until the noon hour because we do have Indianapolis Mayor Joe Hogsett, who is going to be having a presser with DPW, the police department, also the rescuers from IFD. And so we want to make sure that we provide live coverage for you for that. So that's going to be at 11:30. We're going to stay on. And meantime, we're hearing from other businesses urging people to stay off property.
Yeah, we are. We're actually grateful for the photos that they're sending us because it gives us a better view of this. So let's take that now. That's from the outdoor at the Indy Art Center. They just sent us some photos earlier this morning. It is the Twisted House. That's what's going to be flooded there. So that area, East 76th Street. Look at that there on your screen. It is one of, sometimes these flooding photos, they kind of look the same, but in an area like that, that's where it's going to get really dangerous. So again, do not go near that area. The Art Center off of 76th Street in Indianapolis.
And as we mentioned earlier, Indianapolis city leaders are keeping an eye on this major flooding event.
And again, like we said, 11:30 today, Mayor Joe Hogsett with EMA, the fire department, DPW, many organizations coming together, giving that update at 11:30. We are going to have that live here as well. We also know following that at noon, Noblesville is going to be doing the exact same thing. They were hit hard yesterday, still getting hit this morning. So a lot of updates this morning that we're going to keep you with us throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, to make sure you have that latest information there for that.
So really the concern is that as the flooding expands into the more densely populated areas, you know, this is the concern. We want to hear from these authorities about what rescues are underway, what they've been doing so far, what the plan is ahead. You know, and before all of this, there were some efforts to get the word out and to help people be ready. We had some city county councilors that were trying to help their neighborhoods prepare by doing some sandbagging, and Councilor John Barth posted this on social media. They went around in the Broad Ripple area with the town council there, trying to make sure the residents were aware of what was coming with the cresting of the White River.
A lot of door-to-door in that area to let people know, like you said, about that with those sandbags as well. And again, if you have to evacuate for any of this, go to the Westfield Boulevard Red Cross Shelter, but also the Broad Ripple Park Family Center. That area, that's an area we've been focusing on this morning here. Ashton Hackman's been out there this morning keeping an eye on it for us.
That's right, in the Ravenswood area, and this is where we're seeing some of the more dramatic pictures and active rescues that are underway right now. Ashton, set the scene for us.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. As we've been on the stretch of 75th Street all morning, this is just to the west of Keystone Avenue. We mentioned earlier the boat that firefighters actually took to go that way, and we've seen them helping more individuals. We did just get an update from IFD they've been talking about the number of pets that they have had to help rescue. That's something you don't really think about until it actually happens. So not only are they helping people get out, but they are helping people take their pets as well. We saw one man carry his dog through the high waters, and they are actually telling people that if they need to find appropriate shelter for those pets that they help rescue, the Broad Ripple Family Center is open for families with pets. So a different area to go if you were rescued from the water, but you have to take a cat or dog or any other pet that you have with you if you are evacuating. But again, the water continues to rise quickly here in the Ravens area. We were here at 7 this morning. We were basically all the way down where those firefighters were, and the water wasn't there, just to kind of show you how quickly this water has gone up. But again, IFD telling folks if they have pets that need to be rescued with them, or that they're looking for somewhere to take them, you can take it to the Broad Ripple Family Center. Again, that's off Broad Ripple Avenue.
Tell us a little bit about the number of people that you see out there and what devices and what they're relying on to reach people in their homes, Ashton.
Yeah, we've seen some people, I don't know if Colden is painting over to the right there, but some people have trucks that are higher up. There's a Jeep there, but obviously fire crews out here have been utilizing life jackets. When the water was a little bit lower, they were actually trudging through that water with life jackets to help people. Unfortunately, had to go all the way through. It was probably up to about their shin or knee level, but they were equipped with those life jackets. But now as that water has picked up, and actually the current from the flow, because the White River is just off to the north, that current has picked up, making that water not safe to walk through, and that's why they're relying on these boats here to help. I know some people are actually walking through this stretch of water here, but thankfully there are emergency crews around if they need it.
And we've seen definitely in some other communities, Ashton, when like the people behind you just walking through, those firefighters, divers, whoever's out there really stopping them. Is that something you've been seeing with other neighbors as well, of just saying, putting the pause on this, putting the brakes on it, saying, hey, we've got to really not be in this water right now?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, this is not a mandatory evacuation, and a lot of the people that lived here have lived here for quite some time. So we've talked to people who say it always floods. You know, Sean and Lindsay were mentioning it earlier, this area is known to flood, but not like this. You know, this is reaching historic levels. There was a woman who's been on this stretch for 40 years, and she says, you know, the water has not been this high. So they're encouraging folks, if you are able to leave, now is the time to get out. Because as we've mentioned all morning, this crest isn't going to be until later this afternoon, so the water is likely to go up a little bit higher. And as you can see here, we have a firefighter actually going towards those folks that we just saw walking without life jackets. So to kind of show you how the emergency personnel here on scene are handling this situation. Those two individuals that you saw walk through the water behind me just a few minutes ago, they're actually telling them to hold off. And actually, wow, I don't know if Colden can pan over, but we just had a tree completely fall in this person's front yard here.
Heard it.
Wow. Yeah, so you're watching the situation in real time here. I'm not sure if it's just from the effect of how high up the water has gotten, but yeah, a tree just fell in this person's front yard across their driveway.
Yeah, that's so scary, and it just shows that, you know, the ground got so saturated there, and that tree came down. I was wondering, Ashton, as you're talking with people that are in this situation, what is their overall mood? Is it one of like panic, or is it like, well, resolve? You know, we knew, we saw, we're executing. What would you say are the emotions that you're gleaning from the people that you're interacting there that now find themselves in a very most undesirable situation?
A lot of the people here are processing it in real time. I know that there's some individuals back off to our right that are making the decision to leave, and it's a difficult one, especially if you're used to flooding, if you are used to having water come up once it rains heavy for an extended period of time. But this is a little bit different. You know, you're thinking about the damage that the water is going to leave to your property. Obviously, with that tree that just fell, that's another thing to have to deal with. all while dealing with, do you leave now or do you wait for the water to get a little bit higher? So there's a lot of things that people are processing while also experiencing this in real time.
Yeah, it is a lot to process, because you're thinking about your belongings, you're thinking about your house, and then you're thinking about your safety, and then you want to be smart, but you don't want to overreact. And it's hard, you try to gauge what is the best step we should be taking.
It is, and especially for a neighborhood like there in Rocky Ripple, there's a lot of older homes in that neighborhood that are just probably trying to think, is the structure of my home going to be okay with this? Because we've seen this in so many communities this week, how the damage can really just impact it in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and when we get in a situation like this, I think of my parents, they're older, living in an older home, and it's a lot to get out and get moving, to get you. Do we get the walker? Do we get the wheelchair? Do we get all the things that we need? Mm-hmm. And then you wonder, is it just better if we just hold tight and stay safe? And then, what is the tipping point? And you think that's probably the conversation that's happening in a lot of homes right now.
Yes, and especially if you have pets. That's something we've kind of brought to light a little bit the last couple of days, because no cat wants to be involved in this. No dog wants to be involved in this. We've seen those pictures and videos of them holding them. They're scared to death. That's their fight or flight response. So being able to think on the fly, especially for so many families here, every person that's involved with this, everything that's involved, you want to grab what you can, but also knowing it in a timely and safe manner as well.
Well, the pets is a really good point, because a lot of times people are saying, well, where would we go with the cats? Where would we go with the dogs? Like, what would we do? So maybe it's best that we hunker down. So the city has made some plans to accommodate that.
Yeah, and we know definitely for sure that Broad Ripple Park Family Center, that's the area for that. If you can't go there, if you don't have a pet, they ask you to go to the Red Cross Shelter, Westfield Boulevard. Those are those two main spots for the north side. We are expecting probably when we get farther south throughout the day, that'll change as well, what those other shelters may look like. So things we're keeping an eye on. We also will keep an eye on if any state protocols will be put into place, because we know the governor's talking at 3 today. Mm-hmm. Maybe he has some state shelters that are going to be more operated by FEMA or whoever the organizations are to help out with that as well.
Yeah. Yesterday we were talking with Rob Ellis, and he was looking at the forecast and he was looking at the numbers, and this is exactly what he was fearing was going to happen, that people maybe were not processing where this was going, and then just kind of keeping their fingers crossed. And I know that Rob personally yesterday was saying, I just wish people were evacuating now, because I can see where this is going. We're going to be having rescues tomorrow. We're going to have people that, just aren't believing that this is where it's going, and in fact it is. And we're seeing, even though in some areas the river is going down, that there in other areas the receding is not as quick as you might think because of these waves of rain.
And how quick it picks up too. It may be low, but it's still rushing through, so you may have to come up into any terms with that as well. And unfortunately, we don't really deal with this that often. We deal with the evacuations of other events and weather events that happen. So maybe it was more of a proactive, reactive type of thing. What game should families play in this moment for the morning?
Well, and we've been talking with our crews, who I just have to say have done a spectacular job all week and today too, out in these elements and sharing the stories, and their heart just breaks. They come back and I say, oh, you did a great job out there in the elements, and they're just like, I just feel so bad for those people. They've got the water in their home, they've lost everything. Some of them have businesses in their home or businesses that are impacted. I mean, there are just thousands of people that now are saying, wow, this is just not what I expected, and now they're dealing with all this cleanup and all this strategy. It's scary, it's sad, and this is something that we're going to be covering for weeks and months to come.
Yeah, and there are so many of us here with our team that are from some of these cities that have been hit, and that's hard too when you hear these personal stories from people businesses you grew up going to, and you're like, wow, things can change in an instant. And that's why these city officials are being very proactive in some of these spots, saying, we don't want things to be ruined for you. So let's try to work ahead as best as we can, just really seeing what that's going to look like moving forward.
And you bring a couple good points. One is our experience. I mean, your city government really does make a difference, because we have seen very different availabilities and responses depending on what kind of municipality you live in and who's in charge of it. And then secondly, you bring up a very good point. We have Lindsay Monroe. She is from the Cambridge City area. Her family business, she spent the last couple of days with her brother out there cleaning it up, trying to get bleach to make sure that they don't have mold. And you're from the Connorsville area, and you've got a lot of anecdotes from there.
Yeah, I know many people from the east side over there, just seeing so many Facebook posts. I haven't been able to make it down there, but just hearing so many different stories from teachers, principals. There are 2 schools in that area as well. You know these families, especially, I always say small towns band together like nothing else. So hearing and just then seeing the damage, I've recently been seeing some donations going around for one family. The father is a police officer. He's working to make sure people are safe while his family has lost everything. So it puts everything really into perspective for you as well. But we do want to give you a time check-in real quick. It is 11 o'clock this morning. Anna Chalker with Anne Marie Tiernan, Lindsay and Sean joining us this morning as well. We have a lot going on this morning if you're just now tuning in, because we are following severe weather, devastating flooding again today.
That's right. And so let's get over to our weather team right now with the very latest of what they're seeing, what they're tracking, and what we can expect today. We've got Sean Ash, who is in, and we've also got Lindsay Monroe pulling the OT for us today. Hey, guys.
Yeah, we want to start with really how the gauges are changing, because we mentioned just a little bit ago that the National Weather Service was going to update potential crest times based off of this morning round of rain.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You know, it's like, okay, Rob gave accurate information last night, right? And then we throw on 2 complexes.
Yeah.
So then they have to take all that data. Where are the gauges now? This is how much rain fell. They know what fell upstream that eventually has to come down. So we're going to dive into that, and Lindsay's going to show you too this experimental product the Weather Service uses called the inundation map.
Yes.
I mean, we know where it's flooding right now, but we know that because we've had this new rain, where it may be going. So I'll let you walk over there into the wall here, and Lindsay's going to kind of run you through this map here.
Yeah, I wanted to update you also on what Ashton was talking about, how he was noticing the river flow picking up. There is data that you can track the flow of the different rivers as well. So as Sean is kind of zooming in here on different stretches of the White River, this is going to be up on the city's northeast side. We do know, and we have reported, that the river flow has slowed down up in Anderson. It's steady at Rabel Avenue in Anderson. It is slowly falling in Strawtown. Near Noblesville, it is steady, slowly falling just south of 146th Street. We shall see. This is the report as of 9:45 this morning as we're getting new information in. But in Nora, reports of it rising quickly, in Broad Ripple, rising quickly. And we've got this data that takes the tracker of the White River all the way down to downtown, which we're going to touch on as well. We know it's rising fast at the Museum of Art, Indianapolis. We know it's rising fast near the dam in Broad Ripple. And we know it's slowly now starting to rise at places like Michigan Street toward downtown, 16th Street as well. So we are not forgetting about downtown. We know the White River obviously flows in that direction. It's just slowly rising still at those points. And just to put into perspective, especially we'll take it to 82nd Street. That's where we're going to start here. On average, if you think about if you're floating down on a safe day on the White River, the river is flowing at approximately, I would say, 500, at the most 1,000 cubic feet per second. On average, the river flows at about 1,000 to 2,000 cubic feet per second. In just the past 24 hours, the White River in Nora has jumped from 14,700 cubic feet per second, and the latest update from just about an hour ago, this is now up to a flow of 30,800 cubic feet per second. So not only is the river elevated and swelling from a capacity standpoint, it's also moving significantly quicker to go along with it being elevated, which makes sense because you're putting a lot more water into a small space, and that's kind of accelerating the speed at which that's moving through. So Sean's actually actively updating some of these numbers for us here in the Nora area. Currently being reported at 20.3 feet. not inches, just a quick
Oh boy,
edit
thank
there.
you. I apologize.
Fee, doing this on the fly, so information actively coming in. Now that's expected to crest now. That actually has jumped a little bit, and the Weather Service said that's certainly going to be a possibility. That numbers from last night were going to need to be changed for parts of the river that had not crested just yet. So that does include the White River here at 82nd Street. That's going to be your bridge just south of 82nd Street near the Nora area. So this is essentially the inundation map that we mentioned, experimental, taking the active forecast and kind of placing it on the map. But a lot of these spots have already been evacuated. Yeah.
And one thing to point out, that forecast peak of 21.1, that will be the highest since March 1913. And also at that height, and this is something that you and I talked about, and I'll let you, if you want to hop over there, remember we mentioned that potentially parts of Keystone Avenue from White River to 80th Street, and you can show them what we're talking about there.
So this is 80th Street right here. And then this is going to be the bridge that runs south. And then the actual White River is just south of there.
So you can see some of that getting covered. So that likely will be, that may be closed at some point.
At least stretches. I mean,
yeah.
What I've noticed is you have to close the whole road if even just one small section water overtakes the roadway. So there, I would be prepared for some closures there on Keystone Avenue in between 80th and where the White River kind of crosses over it there. This is 75th Street. 75th Street is just south of that bridge of Keystone that goes over the White River there.
So that is all of Ravenswood right there, Lindsay, that we've been addressing, okay? And then we'll just work down, because you said a lot of folks were asking about downtown Indianapolis.
Yeah, and downtown's prepping for it. I just spoke with my friend Brandon, who lives actually in downtown, and he said, yeah, they've got sandbags ready to go along the canal, which really looks like it's directly connected to the river itself. However, they're starting to sandbag things around downtown, and just in case, in preparation that it does get elevated as this whole thing shifts to the south, they're prepping downtown for some elevated river levels.
And where I'm showing you there, so here's, just to give you a relation to what we're looking at, that is Hinkle Fieldhouse, and so then there's Rocky Ripple. That's why they've been urging that's all going to be covered, and part of it, I mean, it's in the process of happening right now. And then let's work a little bit farther, and then we're going to get to Samantha Johnson. So now we're working south along the White River here. Everything has to move downstream. Now I will tell you, at least current gauges and forecasts right now are for moderate flooding, not major flooding just yet. That is subject to change because, you know, again, they'll have to take into account all the stuff that's coming from north that's going to work down the river here. So as we look at the inundation map here, Lindsay, most of this is within the floodplain, if you will. As we continue to work down, there's Raymond Street on the south side of Indianapolis there, and there's near the power plant. This is just going to give you an idea of what's going to be covered up here as this all moves from north to south.
Yeah, and you know, these models are playing catch up really. So we might see this even change.
Absolutely.
Because this was kind of based off of modeling from the rain that had already fallen. So, I mean, as you were showing some of the rainfall totals from so far today, we've added an additional 1 to 2 inches, some spots up to 3 inches of rainfall. That's already moved through. So want to walk you through, speaking of the radar, some updates from some ongoing flash flood warnings that are currently active. The ones over on the western side of the state, they've been ongoing since about 6 o'clock this morning. The newest one now included. Now, this is separate from the river flood warning. This is just more of like an aerial type flooding situation across northern Marion County. That was extended through, this is the flash flood warning for Hendricks into Marion County. So we've got the very small sliver of northeastern Hendricks County. That's going to be included in that flash flood warning that was extended through noon. You can see the heaviest of the rain. Now, this looks encouraging to me, Sean. It does look like it is starting to weaken as it's now moving into Muncie and Delaware County down into Henry County. So hopefully that will continue to be the trend. And it looks like the rain back west is much lighter than kind of what's been embedded so far.
Yeah, I think what we're going to have to watch as we go into the afternoon is the redevelopment farther south, perhaps where it's going to be hotter. So that is something that we'll keep tabs on as we move into the afternoon. Let's get to Samantha Johnson.
Yeah, she's up at 116th Street near Epler Avenue. It's one of those spots near Hazeldale, near the White River, where that crosses over 116th Street. And Sam, we understand that they've actually closed 116th Street in that area right now.
Well, Lindsay and Sean, it was very difficult, to be quite honest, to get to this neighborhood because major thoroughfares are shut down all across Hamilton County. This is what's going on right here behind me. So this is just south of the Plum Creek Golf Course, Plum Creek Village, if you're familiar with this area. This entire neighborhood shut down. I have seen Carmel crews here. I've seen Westfield, Fishers, multiple fire trucks, multiple ambulances, and right now they are focusing on this stretch of roadway that has been entirely taken over by floodwaters from the White River. I talked to residents here. They say they have loved ones who are in this neighborhood waiting to be evacuated. So far, it is a voluntary evacuation, but at this point, first responders are now considering if it should be a mandatory evacuation. I can tell you just in the last 10 minutes or so, I have seen more rescue boats, more John boats as well brought to this area in case they are needed as the rain continues. It just stopped raining a few moments ago, and there are some pretty dark clouds that look like they're headed our way too. So this is very much an active scene, a developing scene here, residents waiting to hear from their loved ones. The Carmel Fire Department has also set up a tent with chairs and food and water so people here can have resources they need as we continue to wait. So we will be here in Hamilton County throughout the day. Noblesville officials are giving an update at noon. We will have much more from Hamilton County throughout the day today. A developing scene here in Carmel and Fishers. Much more to come. Stay with us.
Sam, if you can hear me, a couple questions. Can you just describe to folks what side of the White River you are on? Are you east or are you west of it?
Yes, so where we are right now, we are just west of the White River, sort of between Hazeldale and the White River. As I was coming up Hazeldale, if you're familiar with the Hazeldale Park, there is no park. That entire area underwater this morning.
And they are blocking off 116th Street. Do you know the extent of the blockage? I believe it is Hazeldale, including River Road and then over to Eller Road.
I've been in this neighborhood for the better part of an hour now, and things are developing by the minute. So I can't give you specifics on 116th. I know 122nd, I can see that one is closed here. Eller Road, north and south, you're not getting through either. So my advice would just be stay away from all of it if you can, because more roads are closing by the minute.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Sam. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you were able to get there. I know it's difficult because there's so many roads that are blocked off, and we'll let you go. We'll check back into you unless you have a question, Sean. Okay. All right, we're good. So let's, anchors have some updates for us.
Well, we are hearing from IFD because we were talking about these rescues, and now we have some numbers to them, and it's pretty significant.
Yeah.
The number of rescues as of 11 o'clock this morning, 38 water rescues, and 36 of them today.
Since 8 a.m.
Yes.
So, I mean, they've been hard at work all morning long. I know we've seen a couple of them live as we've been out here. That's rescuing people trying to get out in that area. That's why they're sending out this message now saying, we're already dealing with a lot now. So if you could just please not be in the water, that is the biggest request we have so far.
Right. And in one of those rescues, they did transport a man to the hospital. We were told that he was an adult male, that he was trying to evacuate in the area of 78th Street, and he was doing so on his own. We're told he lost steam, and neighbors had to jump in to assist him to no avail. DNR then came and brought that man to safety, and then he was transported by IEMS to the hospital where he is now receiving care. But, you know, it can be a lot more than you think. I think that's what we really want to get out there. And certainly this man, when he started to go into the water, certainly didn't think that he was leaving to go to the hospital. But it can be a lot. And so certainly keep that in mind.
It really can be. And we've heard this from other cities, and I'm sure it's a message that city leaders are going to say out here. When it comes to when you're in the water, a lot of cities have seen teens playing in the water because they're thinking, oh, it's like a large swimming pool. It's not. That's the big message there. They're saying, hey, if you have kids in your area, keep them in your home if it's safe to be in your home, of course, unless you're evacuating or whatever the situation may be. But I think it's just crowd control in this moment. And we could see those numbers change really within the next 15 minutes when the city joins us at 11:30 to really go over what they've seen so far.
Yeah, and we'll be bringing you that press conference live with the city, DPW, the fire department, and the police department. But it's interesting when you say, you know, it can be really exciting, especially for young people. And it brings to mind the story of the teens that jumped off the bridge into the swollen river, the Mississinawan River. 3 of them were recovered. 1 of them still missing, Matthew Morey. Gosh, it hurts so bad. He disappeared in this high water on Wednesday. They searched for him through Thursday, had to call off that search because of the conditions. We are told that up in Delaware County right now, that search did resume this morning after 2 vigils that the family held on Thursday night and on Friday night, getting a lot of attention to, you know, they have hope, they need support. It's just awful. But you can see it, you know, 17, 8-year-olds looking at, you know, water over the bridge. Oh, let's go see what that is, and not really know the risk that's involved.
Yeah, and especially for those kids there, I know he's supposed to be going to Purdue this weekend. That's what the family's been saying. So I think for some kids, they're thinking, this is time off from school. We didn't expect this going into the new year, but really it is a safety problem, not just the jumping in part. This water has things in it. There are power lines, there's chemicals, there's, I mean, you name it. I know we've talked with people. There's unfortunately like sewer. Yes, sewer. Is maybe some
treatment plants being affected.
It's just so many things in this water. It is not safe for anyone to go in except those emergency crews that have to go in, have the gear, and they know how to handle it in these situations.
Yeah, so much to cover here today. And Sean is here on his wife's birthday. I just have to say, happy birthday, Tony.
Yes.
We've got your guy who is just really got a heart and an empathy for the people of this community that need to get this information. I know it's tough.
Well, it's tough for everybody. Listen, you know, and as I told my kids as I was leaving, I mean, our home is not underwater, so that's all that matters for us, and our heart breaks for everyone that's been impacted, including my colleague behind the set here. So. Let's give you the latest here, and I want to show you this. And so this is an experimental product that the Weather Service uses. It's an inundation map, and it just takes the current river gauge on a particular river and the maximum forecast, and that is going to be key here. So we addressed Nora. Let me work down because I want to spend a little time, Lindsay, on the Ravenswood again, where we have Ashton Hackman, all right? And so we've talked about this, but I want to put this into historical perspective, and please bear with me as we put this, as we update this together here. But the current observation, it's in major flood, we know that, but the current was at 20.3. Let me double check to make sure I'm accurate here. And yeah, 20.33 with a peak later this evening that is subject to change at 21.01. And the reason that is, that would make it, again, like we've been talking about during the course of all of this, the highest peak since the Great Flood of 1913.
Which was 21 feet.
Yes, so we continue to see that. And so want to put that into perspective as well, what happens at that level. Floodwaters cross Keystone Avenue south of East 80th Street, as we've talked about, and Westfield Drive and Shore Acres. Extensive flooding, Ravenswood. We are seeing that happen now. Mystic Bay, Shore Acres, Rocky Ripple. Areas near the Fashion Mall and Clearwater crossings. And water more than a foot deep at the Rivy, as some folks know it, the Riviera Club. Evacuations are likely to exceed for about 1,000 residents.
And a foot of water, if we could pad my mic up, a foot of water is enough to move a small car.
Yep, that's all it takes.
Flowing water, that is.
Yep.
So just to put some of those numbers into perspective.
Yep.
And I did just see that Plainfield Fire Department put out that they have been requested to help in the assistance of the local fire departments. So now we're starting to see communities maybe not directly impacted by this. They are pulling in exterior departments from different parts of the metropolitan to help assist with that. So Plainwood Fire just putting out that they are sending crews, they are sending rescue boats, they are sending additional resources to the Ravenswood area to assist in the evacuation and potentially some rescue operations from folks who may be underwater right now.
Yeah, so we're showing you what's left of not one, which would have been bad enough, but two heavy storm, well, even if you didn't have thunder, we just had heavy rain. Heavy complexes moves through. This is what's left of that now. That's the trail of flash flood warnings that go beyond into Illinois and cover all of these counties, including the northern side of Indianapolis and the northern half of Hancock County, and unfortunately down into Henry and Delaware now, which is getting a gusty round of rain.
Yeah. Is there any way you could zoom out a little bit so we can show folks kind of what is back to the west at this point?
There you go.
Okay. So this is encouraging, it looks like, because that whole complex, it was very widespread with some heavy rain. It looks like where the lightning is just north of the St. Louis area, that's likely going to impact places south of that flash flood warning zone.
Yeah, and let's spend just a little time on future track 13, which, so as we showed you current radar, and this is the first frame of the model, we can tell you that obviously it doesn't have like a perfect handle on the situation, which sometimes they don't. Why I want to show you this is as we go through, this we do believe is believable in the sense there may be some pop-up, that's around 6:30 or 7 o'clock.
Yep, that's been pretty consistent with the timing. The location has differed because we're waiting to see the effects of this morning round and how the atmosphere could potentially recover. So it makes sense that this would more so fire up in southeastern parts of the state because they really haven't seen much so far today.
Yeah, and this is what we will have to watch for tomorrow morning, okay? Not necessarily, well, there could be a severe gust, but unfortunately, we may have another early morning, midday, one or two complexes that are going to be happening within a, just a highly moist atmosphere that's in place here. So again, flash flood warnings as well as major record-breaking river flooding that's unfolding here in central Indiana as we continue our coverage. And so we talked about this, the latest on Ravenswood and how that crest is going to be, looks like it's going to be higher than 19 or near, if not above 1913, very close. Let's get into what's going on there at Ravenswood with Ashton Hackman that's been following emergency crews all morning long. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, guys, we have seen neighbors step up to help fellow neighbors, obviously.
We'll talk over, and Lindsay and I can talk over the pictures here. So
we lost his mic, unfortunately.
But and, you've been watching these scenes all morning long, and it's been fascinating and heartbreaking at the same sense. It looks like they've got some young kids there that they're. I don't know if this is a situation where they're. Is Ashton back?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, Ashton, can you let us know, is this a situation where the crews are doing their best to ask this family to evacuate, or do you have any sense of what that might be?
Yeah, this family down here is actually what, before my mic went out, what we were mentioning, neighbors coming down to help fellow people out. We've seen some houses a little bit down the way here make the decision to leave, and they had pets that they had to get help to get out. They had too many cats, not enough carriers. These neighbors here stepped up to help provide some, and we actually saw one of those cats get out of the carrier, run through the water, and that's when fire actually stepped in to help rescue that cat from the water. So the sense of urgency here is starting to pick up as families start to realize how high this water has gotten, how much higher it could go, and ultimately making the decision that they need to leave the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned the urgency, and it's one of those situations I believe might be, we had those 2 rounds of rain this morning, and that might have changed the calculus, if
Yes.
you will, on some of this decision making.
Ashton, have you seen other departments join the Indianapolis Fire Department? Plainfield said that they were requested, their assistance was requested out there. Are you seeing different communities bring their departments and their first responders out to assist in this situation?
Not yet. We are seeing an increase in the number of Indianapolis fire. Actually, Brownsburg Fire just rolled up with another boat behind me. So this is obviously this is an ongoing situation. It's developing as we go. So a Brownsburg fire truck just rolled up with an extra boat. We've seen a few more IEMS arrive, as well as some paramedics to help transport some people out of here who may have some disabilities or struggle getting out on their own. But yeah, as you mentioned, neighboring agencies are coming to help with the situation. It wouldn't surprise me that Indianapolis Fire needs a few more boats. So we've seen about 2 or 3 out here already, but when you're dealing with dozens of people that are making the choice to leave, the boats only carry so many people at a time. It would make sense why outside agencies are coming in to help.
For sure. And have you heard from anybody who's actually being taken out on those boats? Have you heard any of their personal stories, such as, hey, I've got a foot of water in my house, I've got 2 feet of water in my house? Have you heard any kind of on-the-ground confirmations that we are seeing that water inundate properties?
Yes, we actually had a gentleman pull up who was trying to get to his nephew who lives farther back in Ravenswood, and he said it's already through the basement. So some of these low-lying areas, think the raft club, once you get closer to the White River, some of those areas are actually farther down than where we're standing. So when the water goes up, it's going to impact them a little bit higher. And this boat is actually coming behind us here to help get some people out. And actually, I'm going to step aside so you can see down in the distance, more people are making the decision to leave, and that's why these boats are on hand to help those individuals.
Yeah. I bet that young girl there got a piggyback ride trying to lighten the situation there as everyone's trying to get out safely. All right, Ashton, you stay safe out there. I appreciate the update.
Yeah, both locations, essentially anywhere along the White River at major flood stage. And I think, it was going to be bad to begin with, but then you tack on what happened this morning.
Yeah.
That all that water has to drain into the basin here, and so this is all going to have to work down. But we know major flooding in progress, likely for many areas, going to be rivaling, if not exceeding, that great flood of 1913.
And the mindset here, if you just think about it, I mean, we don't really see this around Indianapolis. I mean, I know folks who have grown up along the White River, they've lived there for a long time. They have seen flooding. They're used to somewhat of some flooding that could be ongoing, and they're more so prepared.
Yeah.
But there are parts of the city that don't even think about it. Like, I don't even live close to the White River. I'm several miles perhaps away, but it's kind of the inundation that we've never really experienced living in this area that is affecting roads that perhaps they've never seen flood out before.
Well, and I think that you just proved a good point. For a lot of times, it is a psychological thing. If you haven't seen it before, it's hard for you to comprehend us telling you numbers and telling you how much area is going to flood and where it's, if you haven't seen it. And then now I think when they start to, because again, Ravenswood does flood. It happens quite a bit, in fact, when we do have some heavy rain events. It does. In this particular case, for a lot of areas, this becomes more of an unprecedented event here.
Yeah.
And I mean, heck, even seeing the closing of the floodgates.
Right.
We don't see that here. They're there for a reason, but we don't see that here very often.
Yeah, and then just going, the secondhand impacts now starting to come in, such as up in Noblesville. We got a report that there were portions of that water treatment plant that is now flooded out. And while they are able to kind of isolate that area just south of 38th Street up in Noblesville, The extent of that is like, well, the job of the water treatment plant is to pump out clean water to that entire area. So there may potentially be boil orders get issued depending on the extent of how that wastewater treatment is being impacted right now, the loss of water pressure for ongoing periods of time. So it's kind of not just the flooding itself and those directly that are going to be evacuated. It's kind of how people who are not being impacted by flooding right now, how those kind of trickle down effects of the flooding could impact folks.
And I apologize, I'm just now realizing when you and I were talking about that, the peak crest of the White River in Ravenswood, I believe I might have been looking at Nora, which is still under major.
Oh, the 21-foot
yeah,
one,
but,
yeah.
So, but where we are with Ravenswood, there's two separate gauges, and this is the one that I'm talking about is west of Keystone. So it's this one the left dot you see on the screen there as we await the press conference coming up here. But 13 and a half feet, that would be the highest since the Great Flood and just above the May 1943 flood. Extensive flooding in Ravenswood and possibly breaching of the levee in the Rocky Ripple area, which is a little downstream of here as we expand. What you're looking at, by the way, this is the inundation map where the White River, that shade of blue, is where it potentially, well, where it is in some locations and where it eventually stretches out. I mean, it's insane to look at that and see how much ground that it's going to cover as this flooding continues here. All right, so give you an idea of where Ashton is in this zone right here along 75th, west of Keystone. And all right, we're going to get it over to Ann and Anne Marie as we get ready for this press conference we've been waiting on.
All right, thank you guys so much. And again, tracking all of this today, and we know that Indianapolis Mayor Joe Hogshead's joining so many emergency responders right now, and we want to make sure we get out to that presser.
That's right. The officials are outlining where the conditions are the worst, what they've done, what they're going to do. Let's take you there live right now. Okay. We have a technical problem. So we do see that we have a crew there. There's reported that they've set up the podium, that people are approaching the podium, and they are getting ready to have that press conference. And as soon as we can get the bugaboos and the technicals lined up, we will take you there live. But we've been really wanting to hear this because we did hear some numbers from IFD earlier about, yes, they've had 38 rescues, and this is putting a strain on all the city resources, and it sounds like we've got those gremlins out of the system right now, and we can bring you that press conference now.
Are we ready? Okay. Thank you for being here today. The city of Indianapolis is currently facing a flooding event that we have not seen in over 30 years. It is an ever-evolving situation, and conditions can and are changing quite rapidly. Our teams across the city are working with our emergency response partners who are with us today to monitor conditions and keep residents safe. Let me be absolutely clear. The residents in Ravenswood, Rocky Ripple, and other areas impacted by this flooding, please leave your homes now. This is not a time to wait. If you're in an area at risk for flooding, I urge you to stay informed and follow guidance from emergency officials. Please text INDYFLOOD 26 to 67283. Let me go over that one more time. Text INDYFLOOD 26 to 67283 to receive updates. Please stay informed. Please stay connected. Now let me turn it over to Director Jacob Spence with Marion County Emergency Management to provide an update on the situation. Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So obviously, as everyone saw, yesterday was the start of an unprecedented flooding event here in the city of Indianapolis, Marion County. As the mayor said, this is a flood that hasn't been seen in over 30 years, and we're approaching the 100-year mark, according to the National Weather Service. Yesterday, around 10 a.m., the National Weather Service greatly bumped up the level of their estimate for the crest for the White River, and has done so accordingly ever since. Unfortunately, with rain events and the event we've seen, it's been a very dramatic moving target for them. Currently, the projected crest for the White River is 21.1 feet at 8 p.m. this evening. At the 82nd Street Bridge, which is the main gauge where we measure the rest of the downstream effects, and where the flood plan is engineered from. After we received notification yesterday that this would be occurring, we immediately had a call with all city partner agencies and started mobilizing resources to make sure that we were communicating and getting things moved effectively. As the mayor said, those are areas like Ravenswood, Rocky Ripple, Broad Ripple, the areas around White River. If you normally see flood water, you definitely need to leave. And if you're in an area that's near but normally does not see it, we also would ask you to leave now. Make preparations, make a plan, family, friends, whatever you can do to leave now so that we don't put first responders at harm, our DPW crews at harm, as well as continue to overextend resources that can be used elsewhere. In partnership with the state, we have requested and received 2 National Guard vehicles that are assisting with high water rescues in the Ravenswood area. And those are on site working with IFD, and we continue to work with the state to request resources as needed. But again, with the event being unprecedented through the state, it is causing an overextension of resources. The next 24 hours are going to be very much in flux. National Weather Service, obviously, we're seeing rain right now. There will be spotty rain continuing. So we are going to continue with the Emergency Operations Center being activated until this is ended and until we start getting back into a recovery phase. The mayor declared a disaster yesterday. The emergency declaration was signed and sent to the state of Indiana. They've acknowledged receipt. The state of Indiana is in process of requesting a FEMA declaration of disaster as well. So we will be working with FEMA, and they will be bringing resources onto the ground to start working through the recovery process once we get to that point for all of central Indiana. The Red Cross has established a shelter at 8401 Westfield Boulevard. They're open and ready to receive individuals. And again, that shelter will, and the Red Cross will assist with any needs that individuals have there. Again, the Marion County Emergency Operations Center will stay open and in constant communication with all agencies and partners to make sure that we're getting cooperation from everyone and that we're providing support. And if they need something, we will reach out to the state and we will work to get that. Now I will pass it over to Director Wilson.
Thank you, Director Spence. I just want to start by saying one simple phrase. The water is still rising, okay? So heed the warnings that you've heard from the mayor, from Director Spence, rather. The water is still rising, and it will be rising all day long. DPW engineering, in coordination with our operations staff and emergency management services, continue to closely monitor the gauges along the White River to determine appropriate activation of floodgates to control the impact of this flood event. At this time, we have closed the floodgates at the following locations: All floodgates along the flood wall in the North Broad Ripple area bounded by North College Avenue on the west, East 67th Street to the south, Westfield Boulevard on your east, and the White River on your north. The floodgate located at the 52nd Street Bridge, the entrance to Rocky Ripple, has also been closed. Residents within the area are strongly advised to evacuate via the 53rd Street Bridge egress from the town. We continue to very closely monitor the gate at 53rd Street to determine closure. Residents are reminded that vehicles, including emergency vehicles, will not be able to access the area if the closure is deemed necessary. 96th Street and Brant Road. Just south of 96th Street on Brant Road, there has been a road washout caused by this flooding. Staff is monitoring this situation to determine the total impacts and the next steps for restoration after the conclusion of this event. We are also closely monitoring Westfield Boulevard just north of Broad Ripple for a possible closure of Westfield Boulevard. DPW also advised many of the trails on the city's north side are currently impassable due to high water. Residents should avoid walking or biking on submerged trails and greenways or in areas where high water is present. The following areas appear to be at risk for flooding, listed in the order of apparent highest risk and confidence. And these are on the south side of the county. Sunshine Gardens, bounded by I-465 to the north, Epler Avenue to the south, Warren Avenue to the east, and White River to the west. High Acre Manor neighborhood west of White River and north of I-465. Southport Road between White River and Tibbs, including the Indian Lakes Campground. And east side of White River, south of Raymond Street, bounded by the east side of White River, south of Raymond Street, bounded by east of the West Bluff Road and Southern Avenue to the south. So we will share further updates as soon as available. We urge you to follow NDDPW, MESA, and the City of Indianapolis social channels for more information. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Chief Jerry.
Hi, Deputy Chief Jerry Martin, Indianapolis Fire Department. The Indianapolis Fire Department has already, since this morning, has conducted 38 rescues of individuals in the Ravenswood, Rocky Ripple, and the Ravenswood vicinity areas too. We currently got 6 water rescue teams currently operating right now. 3 of those are from IFD, 1 from Wayne Township, 1 from White River Township, and a Morgan County task force is up assisting us too. It's going very well. Calls are coming in frequently, so that number's probably a little higher now than at 38. Like the mayor said too, we're asking people, don't wait till the last minute to leave your homes. If you're in those areas, make plans and leave now too. Also too, we've had some issues with vehicles driving over covered roads with water. Remember, don't drown, turn around. We want to put a lot of emphasis on that too. Remember also too, 6 inches of water can stall out any vehicle. 8 inches of water can move a vehicle off a road, and then 3 inches of water can actually take somebody off their feet too. So flooded water is very, very dangerous too. So we are monitoring not only the north side of the city, but we are monitoring the south end. Like Director Wilson just said too, we've got water teams that are ready to go south of the city too at this point. All right.
Before we open it up to questions, I do want to have Lauren O'Brien from Citizens Energy give an update. Thank you.
Good morning. along with all local municipalities, first responders, and local and regional emergency management officials, Citizens Energy Group has been closely monitoring the significant rainfall and rising river levels that have been affecting portions of central Indiana the past few days. First of all, our hearts are with all who have been affected by this generational flooding. Our crews are out in the field assisting as needed, and they're helping to ensure that water, wastewater, and natural gas services are delivered safely. Because of these extreme historic conditions, Citizens has had to temporarily suspend a portion of operations at our White River North water treatment plant to protect infrastructure and maintain system reliability. We maintain emergency response and water supply contingency plans designed to support continued service during significant weather-related events like this one. Thanks to our resilient and interconnected system, we have been able to direct available supply from other treatment facilities and distribution assets to continue serving customers without interruption. However, this type of event is unprecedented, and we have never had to suspend operations at this plant due to river levels in its lifetime. Out of an abundance of caution, we're asking customers simply to be water wise and limit discretionary water use. That includes running your irrigation systems, and we have seen a lot of irrigation systems running during these heavy rains. Washing vehicles, and using water in other ways that are outside the normal household use. And I want to be very clear that our water remains safe to drink and our supply is reliable. We don't anticipate that that will change. We may have water main breaks due to road collapses that might trigger precautionary boil alerts. If that is issued, we will send out information through the media and through the Citizens website and social media channels. This is a historic flood event, as you have heard many people say, and it's impacting communities across central Indiana. Our focus remains on the safety of our employees and our customers, maintaining reliable utility services, and supporting emergency response efforts. Again, we are simply asking customers to use water wisely while conditions remain challenging. We appreciate the efforts of first responders, emergency managers, and our Citizens employees who are working around the clock to serve our community. We are committed to keeping the public updated, and as updates become available, information will be posted on the Citizens Energy Group social media pages and at citizensenergygroup.com. Thank you.
We also have counselors Barth and Delaney here, along with Captain Ilnicki from IMPD and Alex Courtwright from Indy Parks.
Question for Jacob. The folks in Ravenswood, Rocky Ripple, they know what's going on because they're literally up to their neck in it. But while we've got daylight the rest of the day, I assume you'd like to warn people downriver, don't make a decision at 7 o'clock tonight, you got to make a move. While their yard may be pretty dry right now and their car's in a safe place, what do you want to tell people, let's say south of Broad Ripple, on how to prepare themselves as the day goes on so you're not trying to get people out of their houses at 10 o'clock at night?
Definitely. Yeah, I appreciate that. Just like we said yesterday when we put out, now is the time to make that plan, especially if you're downstream. As DPW alluded to, they're working with the data that we have as well as the National Weather Service, and they've put together some lists of those neighborhoods. We're going to share those out, and we'll make sure that we get those out. But yes, if you live anywhere in that area downstream of the river, especially south of downtown where we also see flooding areas like they alluded to, now is the time to move. Don't wait until later, because especially when it's dark, when you don't know what's going on, it just creates more panic and more issues with that. So yes, we want everyone to move out as soon as possible.
We understand what's going on with the White River. Do we have any thoughts about either the canal downtown, Pleasant Run, Fall Creek, even though they're not major tributaries, would folks along those smaller bodies of water also face a crisis?
Yeah, and I can let DPW answer that a little bit more, but they are monitored as well, and we are watching, especially like the canal through Broad Ripple that then goes downtown. There are some spots of concern there. Obviously, water goes where water is, and then it rises from there. There are some floodgates and some things that DPW and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have along some of those areas to help as well. But yes, the Fall Creek area, out of Geist, we're seeing spots that we haven't seen before flood. Any of the other creeks coming out of Eagle Creek, we're watching that very closely. The water isn't coming as forcefully from that side, but yeah, we're maintaining and watching all of those areas. And I would, again, if you live anywhere near those areas or work anywhere near those areas, I would ask you to be aware and take action now.
What resources do you have for people who maybe they're elderly, maybe they have some serious medical conditions that might limit their ability to evacuate, maybe they don't have access to reliable transportation? What resources are available for them? What advice do you have for them?
Yeah, so I would say for those individuals, and we've had a few already, if they truly have no way to get out or there's a complication to them getting out, call 911. It'll be routed through us here at the Emergency Operations Center with IFD and IEMS, and we've already, and they already have sent, like in some cases, they're honestly just sending some of our larger high water vehicles, not necessarily an ambulance, and helping people get to where they need to go. And then we'll work to either get them transported to a shelter if they don't have somewhere where someone can meet them or something of that nature. But that's what we've been working on.
This is going to be an ongoing thing for at least the next couple of days. In addition to the stuff happening here, we got all the stuff from farther upstream that has to work its way down. Can you talk a little bit more to, once we get past tonight, that does not mean the danger is over?
No. So what we're seeing, and the National Weather Service has been a great partner as always. As this, they notified us immediately when it became aware that it was going to be a much larger event than was originally forecasted. They believe that the crest of the flood is in southern Hamilton County right now. Our crest is, supposed to be around that 8 p.m. time at that Nora gauge, and then we'll continue to move south. Once that crest passes, they believe even with the rain that we're supposed to get, it may plateau for a little while. It may not necessarily start dropping immediately, but it will start to go down, and we have seen that in Anderson and some of the other gauges. But as far as those that have evacuated or need to evacuate, they need to just be prepared for at least a few days before we're going to be able to get them back in. We're going to have to coordinate that with not only DPW, but AES and citizens as well if we've had to have utilities cut in locations and just make sure those areas are safe.
I want to briefly return my transportation question. I just want to clarify. So if I'm living in one of these areas and I face one of the barriers that I just described, go ahead and call 911. Don't call the non-emergency number.
I guess I should clarify. If you're truly in an area that is non-inundated at the moment and you're just concerned, yes, call the non-emergency number and then we will return. It will get routed to us here. We'll have someone make contact. If you feel you're in danger and you cannot get out, then yes, call 911. Thank you for the clarification. Yes.
Mayor, can you clarify what your emergency declaration does to put Indianapolis in line with the state and hopefully the feds? Because there's obviously going to be a lot of people that are not going to have the kind of insurance they're going to need to be able to recover from this.
Yeah, we'll work cooperatively with federal, state, and local officials, not just here in Marion County, but throughout central Indiana to address those immediate needs.
Well, but does the emergency declaration, does that put us in line to, rebuild creek banks and, help the municipal outlay, or does any of that actually trickle down to folks who can go and apply for grants?
Well, I think that the emergency declaration goes a long way towards starting the process. I can't speak to the end game of the process, but that's the importance of cooperation at federal, state, and local levels in extraordinary situations like the one we find ourselves.
As the mayor, as you take a look at town, and for the past 10 years, we've been through a lot of different crises in this town. As the mayor, and as you look at something that humans can't control, what are your thoughts about the fact that Indianapolis is being inundated to such a degree by a natural disaster like we have literally not seen since 1991?
Well, it's unfortunate, and it doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, thanks to the first responders here, I think we are as prepared for it and to help our residents get through these challenges as best they can. In my time as mayor, I could not have imagined that we would ever see this flooding at a 30-year level, let alone beyond. But, you know, I rely on the professionalism of these first responders. And I want to reiterate, if you are in an area that is vulnerable, please leave now. That helps us help you.
How concerned are you that the fact that we've already had some pretty serious disasters up in northwest Indiana and over in Henry County, Cambridge City area, how concerned are you that's going to limit the resources you're going to be able to draw on for reinforcement?
Well, we're monitoring all of those instances, and we're sharing, as Hoosiers typically do. We share resources, and we got to communicate with each other, and that's what we're doing, and we will continue that kind of conversation throughout today and well into the next couple of days until we're beyond this.
We heard earlier from the fire department that there were 38 rescues in the Ravenswood neighborhood and some others. Do we know how many total evacuations there are in the primary affected areas, including Ravenswood, Rocky Ripple, and the area in Broad Ripple by the Arts Center?
We're estimating that around 400 people have been evacuated in the Ravenswood area, and that number is probably much higher now. And same with the rescues. We were at 38 when this press conference started too. So, but we were prepared for this too. We reached out to our partners, and I do want to credit the National Weather Service and Emergency Management. We knew things were going to change, and the thing about flooding, it can change so quickly on you, and it did. It went up 3 feet on Friday. We weren't expecting that too, but we're ready to go, and we've got teams that are prepared for the south end of the city too. So I've got some teams in reserve too. So
in terms of evacuations, I'm hearing strongly recommended, strongly advised to leave. Are any evacuations mandatory at this point? And if not, is there a point at which they will be, and what is sort of the decision criteria there?
We cannot we cannot make anybody leave their residences, or we do not have currently any mandatory evacuations too, but we are highly suggesting for folks, if you're in those areas, please have a plan in place and evacuate those areas for flooding.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Meeting one-on-ones, we can make some folks up here available as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you in person.
All right, if you were just now joining us live, this was a press conference with Mayor Joe Hogsett, EMA, IFD, DPW, so many city organizations that have been together really to talk about what they've dealt with already since this flooding. Really, it was 10 o'clock yesterday morning when the National Weather Service said, hey, the projection we have for you, it's going to be worse. So since then, they've been really in this work mode, preparation mode, and now we have a better understanding of what today is going to look like, what yesterday looked like, but also the future ahead.
Right, and we've talked about, we're hearing them say that they had 400 evacuations and 38 rescues. Some of the things that they're urging the residents to do right now: one, stay home. Don't go out and take pictures. Don't add to the chaos. If you are in an area that could be prone to flooding, get out now while you can safely. And then limit your use of water, whether it's an irrigation system, you know, whatever you're doing that might be a pull on the water. They're saying don't do that right now. They want to make sure that everyone can safely evacuate. There is this risk that we could have some water main breaks because we've seen these road collapses, and this might impact some of the water mains, and so that could be an issue. So they're wanting to do the best that they can for us to preserve water. And also they provided this number for you to reach out, that you could text Indy Flood 26 to 67283. I want to let you know, I posted that on my Facebook page if you want to have that. I did sign up for that. So far, I haven't gotten anything yet, so I'm not really sure how interactive that's going to be, but that's some of the information of what we can do right now.
Yes, and there's a lot of focus right now in kind of the Ravenswood, Rocky Ripple, Broad Ripple areas, and they say, listen, if you've been told to evacuate and you cannot get out, you have no way to get out, that's when you call 911. If you're kind of in the downstream area, they're saying, please do not blow up 911 at the moment. Call the non-emergency line. That's kind of better for them right now. If you're in preparation mode, if you're like, listen, I have no family here, I have no transportation, they say once they get you out of your house, with IFD and those other crews, they'll be able to get you into a safer location, those shelters that they've provided, possibly planning to get more people and more shelters open throughout the night because that crest, 8 o'clock tonight. We still got a long ways to go today to get to that.
Right, and it's going to be right at dusk then.
Yes.
And, so there's these concerns about, the well-being. We've been listening to scanner traffic. That's not really reportable. That's just kind of some radio traffic about, the well-being of people that are in our community. And so we're like, oh, maybe there's a rescue here, maybe there's a rescue there. So far, the only confirmed number that we have is that one man was overcome as he was trying to escape and go through the water. He was not able to get out by himself. He was recovered, and then he was taken to Ascension St. Vincent Hospital for treatment and care there. But that's the only confirmed report that we have so far of an injury today.
Yeah, and those 38 rescues that IFD mentioned so far. So one more time, we want to throw that number back out to you if you need to be onto it. Indy Flood 26 to 67283. So make sure if you live in these areas, make sure you check that out as well. For the rest of the day, we're going to tune over to WTHR, our streaming app, so you can be a part of that. Watch what our weather team is going to be monitoring throughout the day. We'll be here as well. We have live crews out as well. Thank you again for joining us for 13 Sunrise this Saturday morning.
Yes, especially for Lindsay and for Sean, who are going to be busy here all day.
far from the White River, and that is why you can see the active scene behind us, the floodwaters that have really taken over parts of the community here. And we're now joined live with Carmel Fire PIO Tim Griffin. You just came off the water. What's the latest? How are people doing?
People are doing well. So far, no injuries, thank goodness. We really started all last night. A couple of our stations were knocking doors, talking to people, getting them out. But then this morning around 5 a.m. is when my crew got out here, and we started kind of along the river, on River Road, houses that were on the river, trying to get people off, getting them to safety by boat. And then really the operations moved to our neighborhood here. And I believe we've over 40 people probably at this point, 23 horses. There is a horse farm. Some things I never thought I'd see in my 22 years. We helped one woman out of her house. She said she'd been here 50 years, never seen floodwaters like this. So really extensive rain, right? And we've had it for several days, and it came in droves. And so it's been a multi-company, multi-fire department kind of activity back here. But so far, everybody is, safe. They have no injuries to report. And like I said, we moved at least 40 people, possibly more. That's a rough estimate right now. Talked to the battalion chief just for a minute as I was coming up here from the river. So.
And we've been seeing a lot of families sort of on standby, waiting to hear from loved ones. We just saw a cat reunion, a cat that was rescued.
A lot of dogs, a lot of cats also that we've gotten out of there. Most of the houses now in this neighborhood, we have talked to everybody that cleared everybody out. So in the major flooding area, hopefully we've got all of everybody that's in danger areas or that could be a problem out into safety. But there are still a few holdouts we need to make sure, check on them, and we're just kind of now just making sure everybody's off.
Our friends in Noblesville are actually holding a press conference right now just to share where things stand there. For you guys, where do we go from here?
From here, we still have possibly more rain that could come in. I don't know when the water's going to crest. So really a lot of it is still actively and ongoing, right? We could have more flooding that happens. So we're standing by. We're going to have a decon kind of talk about everything, make sure what our next move and next steps are from here.
And just for the people who are at home, who thankfully are safe, a lot of them want to get out. The advice is obviously not to congest the area.
Yeah, no, stay away from this area. I know the city put out some information on the plan, and honestly, thank goodness for all of the pre-planning and equipment and training that we do, because it went really smooth last night. I mean, something like this happens every 100 years. I've been on 22 years, like I said, we haven't seen this. So we need to be prepared and ready for it, and we've been given those tools and the training, and so really everything was executed well at this point, so we're really happy with how things are moving, but obviously it's still an active process.
Is there anything people can do to help if they want to help right now?
Honestly, steering clear is the best thing. Stay out. I know you want to come see, I know you want to come watch, but you don't want to get in the way. You don't want to become part of the problem. But I am sure, knowing community members and the good community we have, there are going to be things that start coming out for victims that lost things and where people are being housed. As that comes out, I'm sure we'll be sharing it. I'm sure the city will be sharing it. So look for those, because I'm sure there's way people come out, and that's what's great. When tragedy strikes like this, people really come out and you see good in humanity. So I'm sure there will be many ways that you can help. I just don't know any of those at this time.
Yeah, we are still very much in it right now, of course. Tim Griffin, thank you so much. He's going to go back out to the water. Thank you for stopping and saying hi to us. We appreciate that. Guys, in terms of other areas here in the Carmel Fishers neighborhood, 116th Street, really anywhere from Hazeldale all the way over to Allisonville, you can't get through. That's a big major thoroughfare, of course. We're also watching 37 other parts of Allisonville Road, Hazeldale are also closed. So like Tim said, my advice is just stay home if you can, if you are in these areas. The other piece of advice we've been hearing, don't be afraid to call for help if you really need it. So as you kind of take a look around now one more time, crews are sort of in the in-between, assessing where things stand right now. Thankfully, we've been able to see a few of those rescue boats, those John boats taken out of this area. So that is certainly some good news. Carmel Fire, they've now set up an entire tent with food and drinks, not only for themselves, but also for the families who are sort of waiting in the wings right now. So that's the latest here. Certainly we're going to continue to monitor what comes out of this area. So Anna, much more to come from Hamilton County. Like we mentioned, Noblesville giving an update right now too. We'll keep you updated.
Update from Noblesville I want to hit on just pretty briefly here as we get throughout the morning. This is from our photographer, Scotty Graber, who was out there at that presser a few moments ago. So he is telling us this is all volunteer evacuation so far this morning, and there's flood water around that wastewater treatment over there, but there is no contamination. Right now, looking at about 475 people without power. They are setting up, the Red Cross is setting up a station at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So in about 45 minutes or so, they have nonprofits working with them as well throughout the day. But a lot is going to be going on starting Monday. Good Samaritan is going to be serving village volunteers just to really make sure the city can do their jobs. They're going to focus on the other parts of this as well. So really a lot going on in Noblesville. Again, we'll hit on that again in just a few minutes. We know there is a lot of information coming up from every single city that we are covering here. We just heard from Indy Mayor Joe Hogsett and other city leaders there as well. But again, in just a few moments, you'll be able to hear that here on our WTHR streaming app. But we do want to get over to Sean Ash and Lindsay Monroe, who have been monitoring this for days now at this point. We want to really get the update of what it's looking like now as we're getting ready for a lot of cresting here heading into the afternoon and early evening.
Yeah.
Well, maybe a delayed crest.
In some locations here. And so I think what we're going to get to the levels and the crest here in a moment. I do want to spend a little time on what's happening now, radar.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately, what's going to be happening possibly over the next 24 hours, Lindsay.
Well, it's because we're not done.
Yeah.
And this could potentially extend the life of when these crests are going to actually take place as compared to what they were originally forecast to be. So now let's jump over to the radar. I'm going to jump into the chroma key. And kind of walk you through some of the ongoing flash flood warnings. That is what some of these highlighted boxes represent. So we'll start with the extent eastward of these ongoing flash flood warnings. And that does include Hendricks and Marion County. So that's this one right here. That was the most recent one that was issued as one, and then a secondary line of strong thunderstorms and heavy rainfall move through. Now we've seen the extension of some of these flash flood warnings. It's been under Madison County since earlier this morning, but now Delaware, Henry, and northern portions of Hancock County, that has been extended as well. This includes basically everybody kind of north of I-70 when it comes to those counties. So let's walk you through how this is going to play out later today. I do think that things will start to quiet down for at least a few hours. This will take us through about the 6 o'clock hour. So you'll notice this yellow highlight here. That's the Storm Prediction Center outlook. That's a level 2 of 5 risk for the risk of scattered strong to severe storms. Since we've got such an energetic, if you will, atmosphere, a juicy atmosphere, lots of moisture to pull from, that could potentially prompt some storm development here. And that's going to take us on through the overnight hours. Now we're into about 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. But now we have to watch another incoming system from the northwest. This is about 5 o'clock in the morning. And once again, Storm Prediction Center placing the southeastern tier of the state under a level 2 of 5. That is actually a more recent upgrade that we're just learning, kind of an outlook as we get into Sunday. So an active start to our day. While it may not look overly impressive on this particular future radar here, this weather model, we are not going to lower the amount of moisture available in the atmosphere for most of the day on Sunday. So that takes us to about 5:30. Is my mic on?
No.
My mic may have died.
I think well, my friend, you have been on the air for so long. Yeah. So I want to talk about these historical crest here. All right. Yes, she's been on so long this morning. So we're going to start with Nora, and then we're going to work down the White River. And then when we get to the forecast crest and things like that, please know those are subject to change. But bottom line, Nora right now, we've 1913. You've heard a lot about that. It's the second highest peak so far, and it is still climbing a little bit. I want to show you again what we have here as we work down. So the record is 22.4. It about 1.5 feet, a little bit more in major stage. The crest time ballpark 9 p.m. But not until maybe the middle part of tomorrow does it go below major flood stage. Still going to be in flood during the day tomorrow. It's going to take, rivers take time to go up and they take time to go down. This is the White River at Broad Ripple, okay, just under 11 feet and climbing. Once again, the highest crest since 1913. And that is 3 feet above flood stage there in Broad Ripple. We're going to move down to Ravenswood, where it is the record crest there in Ravenswood, over 16 feet. And we're using 2 separate gauges, one that shows the current, where it is major, and then we have the forecast, as it will, again, similar to Nora, roughly in the 8 to 10 p.m. window. But we're probably going to have to wait till the middle part of tomorrow before it drops below major flood stage. It is still going to be in flood stage here. And so that's what we've been dealing with here with these flood warnings, this historic stuff. And Lindsay, we've been showing the inundation map, and we have seen some of the video coming out. In fact, that the video of the street that was washed away at the lake area, just north of 465.
Yes, right down here. River Road, I believe, is what that was.
Yeah, River Road at Crystal Lake Drive. And so what you're looking at, again, this is a experimental tool that takes the current and takes the peak forecast crest of the rivers, and it shows you what areas are going to be impacted. And this River Road at Crystal Lake here, right in this zone, is that video where we've had of the road that's been washed away. And then I'll take you down, if you want to hop in, you can talk about as we go down here, Lindsay.
Yeah, so then we head a little farther to the south. So this is one that we've been talking about. This is the river gauge there that we were mentioning in Nora, the 82nd Street gauge. Now this is the one that I believe we were forecasting to reach in upwards of 21 feet, which takes you back to the 1913 flood. That's what we're comparing that to. And the inundation, again, they've already kind of assessed neighborhoods they thought were going to be impacted, and they've evacuated most. So maybe not individual houses, but the neighborhood in general. That's what that forecast is showing, if it would be impacted.
Yeah, and then so now we're working down the river into Ravenswood. There's Rocky Ripple, which has been an area that they've been urging. So this zone right in here, they have been strongly urging residents to please evacuate. And then we continue all the way down. Now the red dots, so when you see those red dots, that is moderate versus the purple. The purple is major, but even red dots will cause some action as it goes through Broad Ripple, and then we're working down. Now in terms of Fall Creek.
Can you zoom in real quick there on the 52nd Street Bridge? Do you see where that's
Stand by. In Broad Ripple?
Yeah, this was mentioned in the press conference just a few moments ago that they had closed the 52nd Street Bridge, maybe a little farther south from there.
So
we know that there's some flooding there at Kessler Boulevard in Illinois.
There you go.
Okay, so there's 52nd.
Yeah.
That's the bridge that they have closed over the White River. And as of now, 53rd Street is going to be that evacuation or that alternate route.
All right, so what you're looking at there, that is Butler's baseball field, their football field, there's their sports complex. This is the bridge that Lindsay's talking about, so that's 52nd Street right there.
Yeah.
And then once you cross over, and that's, you got the trails that run through there, and then once you cross over that, you start getting into, that's the Rocky Ripple area, and then working down south. So this is the inundation that's, we know that's underway. And now we, again, wait on the peak crest here. We mentioned this is also an evolving, we have to continually monitor these river gauges because, listen, if you think forecasting the weather is hard, try forecasting a crest when you start tacking on additional rain, Lindsay. And so that's why, like for example, in Noblesville, that, the first, well, I shouldn't say the first, but prior to that complex yesterday morning, there was a certain expectation of what that crest was going to be.
Yeah.
And then they got hit. Remember Hamilton County yesterday got, blasted with 3 to 6 inches.
Yeah.
That upped the ante there for Noblesville, and it became pretty evident. You had to update the forecast.
And I know we've had questions about different parts of the White River, even friends over in Speedway, near 16th Street. At this point, it's still kind of a wait and see how this progresses. We do know that there is some action that's kind of the lowest level above the normal stage. It's action stage, and it goes into moderate. So that's your 16th Street. That was the latest reading that I saw.
Okay.
And then on into downtown, I know that they're doing some preparation just because of perhaps just an elevated water table in general, even near the downtown Indianapolis Canal. That is now starting to flood its banks onto the sidewalks, and I know that they've been trying to sandbag businesses, kind of areas near the White River in downtown. But as of right now, those river stages are still in that zone that we would consider not going to cause major flooding. But obviously that could change here because right now the crest, we believe, is in central portions of Hamilton County. So as that continues, kind of a wave, if you will, as that makes its way down the river, we could potentially see that getting elevated south of where that crest is currently
I'm just
located.
checking. I'm looking at I'm looking at Fall Creek at 16th Street. It's currently at 15.55 feet. That's 1.5 feet above moderate stage. And for perspective, that would be the highest crest in that location. Well, since 2025, it will not hit the record crest of 16.38 back in 1990.
Okay.
But apparently, and I don't remember this one, but apparently we had a crest last year of 14.77. So either way, second highest crest there at Fall Creek and 16th Street. So how long are we staying on here, friends? And if we have some video that you guys want to get out, please let us know. Okay, we're going to stay on for another 3 here.
We've gotten so many videos sent in from folks, and I know that our digital team behind the scenes is kind of efforting getting those turned around so we could potentially use them. A lot of folks taking videos from a safe spot, perhaps in their homes or near where they live. I received a video from the River Glen golf course area that's up in Fishers, and if you're familiar with that golf course, basically the clubhouse sits up on a hill and you have to go down a steep hill. I have to carry my clubs up so I remember how steep this hill is. Basically, if you look down from the clubhouse, basically where the golf course is, the bowl is just, it looks like a river. It's completely underwater up there. So a lot of folks who have never really seen the extent of flooding like this is kind of a first. So it is shocking to see some of these places that we're so familiar with being inundated with the extent of some of this ongoing, not just river flooding, but of course all of the saturated ground, all of that flows into these small creeks. And all of that eventually feeds into some of these larger waterways, and everything is exceeding its banks, even ditches and things like that.
Yeah, so these are the flash flood warnings, and man, are they numerous. Muncie, Newcastle, Tipton, all of Hamilton and Boone and Madison counties, northern part of Marion County, Crawfordsville, Lafayette, Frankfort, all. And the reason being here is what we had this morning. So this is the flash flood. This is not even the river flood that we've been addressing, but that's the 6-hour rainfall. This atmosphere, as we've tried to stress, anything on it has heavy rain potential whenever it develops. We had some areas this morning that got an additional 2.5 to, in some spots, maybe almost 4 inches of rainfall. So
feeding into the same already saturated ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to monitor that for you. At least as of right now, the morning wave of that heavy rainfall has wrapped up. So we're seeing perhaps a little bit of a lull, some light rain still out there. We're not completely done with this pattern just yet, as we know there could be some more storm development, especially southeast later today. And then perhaps another round that will move in overnight tonight into the first part of the day on Sunday. Same setup. I think we could easily probably get an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain tomorrow morning.
And look, we can't. I'd love to be able to tell you exactly where that might be. We just don't know until this thing forms, but we know if we get anything on radar, before we can get this atmosphere, I'm going to use the word washed out, no pun intended, until we can get just drier air in, and it's not going to happen until the middle of next week. We have to really watch everything that develops here, as we've seen, because anything, flash flooding in addition to the river flooding that's going on.
Yeah. All right. So we know that we're going to wrap up our this segment right now. We've got further coverage. We'll send it back to the desk, guys.
All right, thanks so much. And we did hear from Mayor Jensen in Noblesville now declaring a state of emergency there as well. And, you know, as we've been bringing you pictures further south of Noblesville here in Indianapolis, we showed you some of the rescues that are under.
There was maybe that much water in my driveway, and this morning there's that much. So that should tell you how fast it came up.
You live along the river. Have you seen it like this before?
Need more? It's been around my house before, but never in it.
Never in your house.
Never in my house. I've never had to leave my house.
Did you think it was going to be this bad?
Nope. I was scared, but I kept watching the news.
I mean, just hearing his perspective there really just puts it all into place of how quickly things have changed throughout the morning here. And he and his pets are, again, just some of the hundreds being rescued across the Ravenswood and Rocky Road areas here in Indianapolis. Those are those two main focus spots for the city officials right now. We know 38 rescues, 400 evacuations. That's what the city told us about an hour ago during their morning meeting for this.
I know if you're watching this, you know, you might be thinking, well, what can I do? And I've been hearing from people that, you know, the Good Samaritans, they're like, I want to help, I want to help. And what we did hear from Chris Jensen in Noblesville today was, can we just hold off on some of these Good Samaritan response? There's going to be a lot of need for a long time. And let's just wait till Monday so that right now the people that are doing the work can do so and not be impacted by Good Samaritans kind of coming in and interfering with that. So keep that in mind. I know that it's like there really is this impulse of what can I do right now, but you certainly don't want to interfere as well. You can limit your water usage. That's something that we've been asked to do. Stay off the roads right now so that you don't become another person that needs to be rescued. And if you are in one of these areas that is known for flooding, please take action and evacuate now before the water gets, you know, if you're south of Indianapolis, if you're in an area on the south side that is known for flooding, leave now, not when we're having this crest tonight at 8 o'clock when it's dark, when it's going to be a whole different situation.
And especially if you have friends or family in any of these areas, be proactive with them. Say, hey, do you need a place to go? Finding those places, because yes, we do have shelters, but we're expecting those to probably become over capacity throughout the night and throughout the day as well. So keeping an eye on our neighbors these next couple of days. A lot in store here, but we are going to hop off here for just a little bit. We have all day updates for you here on our streaming app, our digital team as well, getting all of these pressers that we just listened through. We're going to give all that information to you, WTHR.com, but we'll be back with you in just a little bit.
And we're joining you live here from Channel 13, the 13 newsroom, bringing you the very latest news and headlines this afternoon. It's been a very busy day, and the latest news that we have is devastating.
It really is. It's out of Delaware County, and within the last 30 minutes, we learned the body of that missing 19-year-old boy who jumped into the Mississippi River has been recovered.
His name is Matthew Morey. He was a graduate of Delta High School, and he was planning to attend Purdue this fall.
He went missing Wednesday evening after police say he and several other boys jumped from a bridge into those floodwaters. Now, 3 of his friends, they were rescued and brought to safety, but that search for Matthew, it spanned for several days at that point. So hearts go out to that family and the friends there. We know 2 prayer vigils the last couple of days really to keep this community together during this time.
Yeah, just devastating. Certainly that family is going to need a lot of support as they now move forward. Let's go out to Ashton Hackman, who has been with us all day today, showing us in the Ravenswood area some of the rescues that have been underway there.
Yeah, we know it has been the busiest spot so far with so many rescues and evaluations. So Ashton, what can you tell us so far?
Yeah, we followed those water rescues all morning long. We actually moved south of there. We are in Rocky Ripple now, where officials are encouraging people to get out now while they still can, and that's because they are expecting to close it off. We're joined here with Jacqueline. You say you've been prepping for this all day. Kind of walk me through, for folks who aren't familiar with the area, what a procedure like that would mean for all of you in Rocky Ripple.
Absolutely. So actually it was last night when we were informed to volunteer evacuate. And some of us did that are closer to the river, but this Rocky Ripple neighborhood, we are surrounded by the White River all around us, so is Butler University. So we are just taking precaution, and now it is more of just evacuate, please do. So as my family, we kiddies are out, and we're getting ready to just go to some really nice people for the night, hopefully just the night. But this has not happened in over 100 years here at Rocky Ripple. There is the levee. It's about 17, 18 right now. Nora, who's had the experience with Broad Ripple, that's what we're going to get. So we're always 2 inches less than Broad Ripple. And that's how we can kind of base when the levee might break.
So you guys are well versed in knowing, when it's a serious situation, when it's time to move, and say, you haven't been to this type of level before.
No, some residents have been here much longer than myself. They're staying, but this is kind of somewhat scary for them. But 3 in the morning, Rocky Ripple, our community is amazing. They have been sending social media things to our community saying it has been worse. So I think we're just being really cautious here to make sure, we don't have a flood situation.
Well, we appreciate you, and obviously you guys have some more stuff to take care of. Obviously, this has just become the reality for so many on the north side, as we mentioned earlier in Ravenswood, where plenty of people were already being evacuated and boated out, actually, this morning by fire officials. That's not quite the case here in Rocky Ripple yet, but they, again, are trying to get ahead of that before the water flows downstream, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashton, thank you so much. And she brings up a really good point there, I think, that she had an invitation from somebody, right?
Yeah.
A neighbor said, you can come stay with me. So that will help people make that decision to evacuate. If you do extend an invitation, open up your home, let them know they have a place to go safely until the waters recede.
And they say if you are doing that, make sure you're just following the rules of what's going on around you. There are crews out there. They may be giving stern remarks. Don't take it personal. They just want to make sure you're safe, and they want to make sure everyone gets out okay.
Yeah, don't cross the road barriers when they're up there. All right, so we've been having crews that are out and about, and we also have our weather team here. We've got 3 meteorologists here working really hard, trying to dissect the numbers. They're watching them go up and go down. You can hear their kind of alarm and surprise when they say, oh my gosh, look how much that jumped. So for the very latest of what they're learning and processing right now, let's get over.
All right, yeah, so let's take you up to the Nora area. So this is kind of an update here as far as where we anticipate the crest of the river. Now, this was expected to crest here over the next few hours between approximately 2 and 8 p.m. We'll see if that potentially is going to get pushed back, if it's going to get elevated a little bit. But we already know that this is already over the major flood stage, which is at 19 feet. It's already exceeding that as far as where that maximum crest level will be. That forecast still getting worked out because of multiple rounds of some storms that we've had so far today. Do believe it will stay perhaps just shy of the standing record, which is 22.4 feet up in the Nora area. That was set back in 1913. So where we're at right now, this is that new forecasted maximum crest expected at 21.1 feet. That would put that the second overall highest on record for that area. Now I want to take you down to the Ravenswood area. These are some historical crests there, and we do believe that this will be the highest crest on record in the Ravenwood area. Currently, it is forecast at 16.29 feet. Again, it's been very close to that, if not exceeding that. So these are some of the newest numbers coming in. This is actually just south of there at the Broad Ripple area. That record stands at 14 feet. We are seeing reports right now from that gauge there at the Broad Ripple near the dam. This is not the dam report, but it's near there at just over 11 feet. As far as where that fits in historically, it is expected to crest as we get into the evening, perhaps throughout the early morning hours on Sunday at 11.26 feet. That would be shy of the record of 14 feet, of course, set back in that major flood of 1913. Want to take you up live now to Keystone Avenue. This is along the north side of town, kind of right near the White River. It's looking in that direction. We were watching some of those inundation maps as well. Potentially, could we see any portions of some of these major thoroughfares get impacted by these elevated river levels? And so that's why we're going to closely watch that north side there, right near 465 and Keystone Avenue near the White River that runs right under the interstate, because we already know that there have been some nearby roads completely flooded out. River Road, for example, covered in water, and some even crumbling under the pressure of some of that water flowing underneath of some of those local roads. Now, from a radar standpoint, we have been monitoring some ongoing flash flood warnings because of that morning round, multiple rounds, I should say, of some heavier rainfall. So included in this, most of them have been extended through about 2 p.m. That includes Muncie to Newcastle, northern portions of Hancock County into Marion County, and then on upward and then over to the Illinois border. That is where we have active flash flood warnings outside of those river warnings as these morning rounds of storms have tracked through. So we'll continue to monitor that, although it does look like we're getting a bit of a break. But since this boundary is still just kind of stalled out here, we still do anticipate perhaps some further development of some stormy weather. And I should mention this, because south of where the active weather has been, it's hot and it's very steamy. We've got heat advisories posted for places like Bloomington down to Bedford. So real quick, walk you through the radar for the rest of the day. We're going to be dealing with some of these light showers, perhaps some embedded heavier downpours within this. Storm Prediction Center has the southeastern tier of the state under a level 2 severe risk. We shall see how these storms kind of redevelop later today, so we'll watch out for that potential. As we get into Sunday morning, though, this is the one that we're really watching. It's going to come in from the northwest. Already, Storm Prediction Center has most of the state under a level 1 or a level 2, depending on the coverage area of the strong to severe storms, likely due to perhaps a strong wind gust. However, our primary concern, of course, is any additional rainfall and the fact that we have so much excess moisture in the atmosphere that could translate down to some very heavy rain at the surface. Primarily going to be during the morning hours on Sunday. So already this is by noon, mostly going to be in southern Indiana. Could potentially see some additional pop-ups, but it's that morning round of rain that we'll have to see exactly how much we could potentially get out of that storm system. So we'll continue to watch that. I do believe tomorrow we're going to extend that weather impact alert into our Sunday, and then eventually, as we look ahead at Monday, it's going to take some time, but we do see some drier air eventually infiltrating the area. So hopefully that does mean that we'll start to see that storm chance and that rain chance going down by at least the early part of next week. Guys?
All right, Lindsay, thanks so much. Well, we do have some news about the Colts camp, and we were talking about this opportunity for you to go out and see the last practices at camp on Saturday and Sunday. Well, because of the weather, they've made some changes to the training camp.
It is going to be inside at the Grand Park Event Center starting at 4 p.m. today, and this is, again, a lot on top of some other changes, so let's go through them. Only the first 750 fans in line, they will be able to watch that practice. Doors, they won't open until 3:45, and the team says they are going to give out any refunds if you paid for a ticket or a parking pass. In Colt City, it will be closed for the day. It was expected to open up here about 2 o'clock this afternoon, but I think they just want to make sure everyone is safe, but also get these practices in, because you want to watch the guys play, but you also know we got to be safe with this.
That's right, and no word about the practice that's planned for tomorrow. It was a $5 ticket for today before these changes. No word about whether or not this is free or not. Tomorrow practice is free. That's at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that is at Grant Park. So weather permitting, that will be the situation. So we do appreciate you staying with us today as we bring you the latest headlines and do our best to make sure that you're informed, that you're safe, and that you know what's going on in your community. I do want to let you know that I did see that I-Town Church is taking collections for people and will have things for people that are in need. They say come to church on Sunday and there will be people there to greet you and to bless you with donations. So there's an opportunity for that. And as we learn more opportunities like this for you to engage with people and do what Hoosiers do best, which is step in and help, we'll let you know.
All right, and thank you so much for joining us. We will have updates again throughout the day as we get more on what the river crest and everything is looking like. We've got teams here all day long to make sure you and your family and all your neighbors are staying safe. Thanks for joining us.
Well, and
31, thank you so much for joining us on our WTHR streaming app. I'm Anna Chalker alongside Anne-Marie Tiernan. We have had so many updates for you today, starting at 6 o'clock this morning to now 1:30. It has been a long day talking about the devastating flooding, but we have so many crews working and stuff. We did just get a little update a little bit ago. Carmel has joined the list of these emergency declarations along with the city of Indianapolis and Noblesville as well.
That's right, and we've also got some pictures. They've come in from IFD from the Ravenswood area, and they just really kind of show you just how high the water is on those homes. When you see a basketball goal, and
then we have a problem.
Then you know that how high it is. But you can see it's at least halfway up the doors here of this house, of this ranch. And we were hearing from IFD earlier, updating some of their numbers. This is also above from the Ravenswood area there, and about the number of rescues and the number of evacuations that have really grown substantially since 8 o'clock this morning.
It continues to go. We know kind of last check, it's close to 50 over that at that point. And I will tell you, we've had crews out in the Ravenswood area this morning who have been on the ground, and we've watched those rescues and evacuations as they're live. The boats are going out, grabbing people. Now, there is no mandatory evacuation put in place, just a very strong urge from the city, from emergency management, to get out of this area. And if you need help, they have said you can call 911, or if you're in any of these areas that go downstream, to call the non-emergency line to not blow up the 911 operators and any of their times with that, just to make sure that everyone can get out and be prepared for this.
Yeah, so it's very interesting because, when people are looking at these images, they're thinking, well, why don't you just order a mandatory evacuation? And that question was asked at the mayor's press conference earlier today, and they shared, we don't have that authority to issue a mandatory evacuation, but we can strongly suggest that people do. Now, they indicated that in the Rocky Ripple area last night, they were able to get 60% of the people to voluntarily make sure that they were able to evacuate, but that 40% stayed. And so that's kind of how it went down in that neighborhood. We did hear earlier, we were talking to one of the residents, and the residents was saying, well, my neighbor said it's been worse. And that's the kind of thing that makes you pause and think, let's not go with worst case scenario. Let's go with being proactive right now. And so while there is not a mandatory evacuation, it looks like that isn't a card that can be played, but the next card is what they're playing, and that's to get out.
Yeah, and that's just the important thing that all these city officials are looking at. We'll actually hear from the mayor and from emergency management in just a moment, but we do want to turn you to our weather team now, because they've been checking minute by minute what is going on throughout the day with all of these rivers, with all the overflow and everything. Lindsay Monroe joining us now to give us that update of what we're seeing at 1:35.
Yeah, and I wanted to take you up to actually the Noblesville area. I'm going to be on Max 1, if we can pull that up in the control room. So with this, we've got some new numbers in from the Noblesville area. What you're seeing now, where we've got some ongoing flash flood warnings from 2 rounds of storms earlier this morning. Now I want to show you what we're monitoring up in the Noblesville area. So this is actually some good news, as we know that the White River has crested in Noblesville, and this was anticipated at 8 o'clock this morning, and it did hit its max at a record level. 23.8 was the previous record from the Noblesville area, and we know it crested at 24.57. That was the latest reading before those numbers started to go down. Very close to what that estimated crest was. The forecast was 24.6, I believe, so it was very close to that, and it is now starting to drop down to 23.98 feet and falling. So that is some good news. Now, I want to take you down the White River to 82nd Street. This is in the Nora area. We've been talking a lot about this one. It is very, very close to what it is forecast to crest at. That is still expected around 8 o'clock this evening. This will crest just shy of the record at 21.1 feet. The latest forecast, or the latest actual number that we are getting that report from that gauge is at 21.02. So we're pretty close to that crest up there in the Nora area. In fact, I wanted to show you some of these more historic crests at that particular gauge at 82nd Street in Nora along the White River. Again, there's your forecast crest for today. That will take it just shy of that all-time record set back in 1913 at 22.4 feet. Now I want to take you down to the Ravenswood area, show you some historical crests there. As of 1:30 this afternoon, we know that this will be an all-time record crest in Ravenswood at 16.43 feet. That is the latest update. It is still climbing, and we still have several hours for those numbers to grow. So as far as when that will crest, we do anticipate that being perhaps later this evening, perhaps during the early morning hours as we get into the first part of the day on Sunday. Real quick, I know we're going to wrap up this cut-in, but I do want to take you through the next several hours because I know folks have dealt with another round of some heavy rain. Many spots picking up an additional 2 to 3 inches of rainfall so far this morning. So as we go into this afternoon, this is going to be around 3:30. If you have anything going on for today, we could still see a few stray showers, not expecting them to be anything like what we had this morning. As we get into the evening, this is around 7:30. Some isolated pop-ups could bring some brief heavier downpours that will mainly be contained to the far eastern tier of the state. And then as we get into early Sunday, that's when we're going to be monitoring that secondary round of potentially some heavier rainfall here. This is the Storm Prediction Center outlook, a level 1 for most of central Indiana, level 2 for the southeastern tier of the state. That is a scattered strong to severe storm threat. This is the latest timeline with our high resolution weather model takes us into tomorrow morning. Now, even with that being said, through 7 a.m., we still have ample excess moisture to work with here, so that could potentially fuel those rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches, similar to what we saw out there this morning. So that could really start to add on to an already saturated ground. This is at 7 a.m. We'll take you on through the morning pause here at noon. Notice how that system is expected to weaken as it tracks from northwest to southeast. And then we could see some additional thunderstorm development into the peak heating of tomorrow. It's still going to be a hot day. I think most of us get back into the mid to upper 80s tomorrow. And then as we get into Monday, that's going to be that transitional day that we are all hoping some of that drier air will eventually start to win out. Could be a bit of a stormy start there on Monday, but you'll notice that temperature drop into the first part of next week. Lower 80s, and hopefully overall we do see a much drier pattern to start to quiet things down into next week. Guys.
That just cannot come soon enough. Lindsay, thank you so much. We've been hearing from the mayor of Indianapolis, the mayor of Noblesville. We're going to be hearing from the governor at 3 o'clock, but we do want to keep you up to date on some of the latest news coming from the city.
And this has been something the city said they've been working since 10 o'clock yesterday morning, really to kind of come into this plan today, because I know this is not just a one-day thing. This is going to be days, weeks, months, a long time ahead. So we want you to hear what Mayor Joe Hogsett had to say this morning during an 11:30 presser about what is going on right now with the city.
The city of Indianapolis is currently facing a flooding event that we have not seen in over 30 years. It is an ever-evolving situation, and conditions can and are changing quite rapidly. Our teams across the city are working with our emergency response partners who are with us today to monitor conditions and keep residents safe. Let me be absolutely clear. The residents in Ravenswood, Rocky Ripple, and other areas impacted by this flooding, please leave your homes now. This is not a time to wait. If you're in an area at risk for flooding, I urge you to stay informed and follow guidance from emergency officials. Please text INDYFLOOD 26 to 67283. Let me go over that one more time. Text INDYFLOOD 26 to 67283 to receive updates. Please stay informed. Please stay connected.
From Mayor Joe Hogsett from earlier this morning again. We want to say that number in that text message again to make sure when those updates come in that you are aware of that. Again, that is Indy Flood 26 to 67283. 3. So just to make sure you can get any updates, especially if cell service is going to be spotty and alerts are going to be coming in, especially as we get later on throughout the night as well.
Right, so you might be watching all of this and think, well, what can I do? Well, here's a couple call to actions for you. Number one, if you're in an area that is flood prone, get out. If you are curious about what's going on out and about, please stay home. If you have an irrigation system, please turn it off. They are concerned about water main breaks because of the collapse that we've seen along the roadways, and that could impact the supply. It's not a problem now, but this is a preventative thing. That's something that you can do. Also, I-Town Church tomorrow, Sunday, they're saying if you come to church tomorrow, they will have things for you if you are in need. What am I leaving out? What is the other thing that people can do?
There's really so much.
Yeah,
that's the thing. There's really so much because of this. I mean, just especially as things are changing, I think everyone just needs to be on their feet during this time.
Most of all, I think pay attention. You know, stay informed. Don't just kind of tune out for 10 hours and then pop your head up and you've got water around your house. You know, we want to make sure you're safe. We have 3 meteorologists that are working on this Saturday to make sure that they've got the best numbers and the best forecast and the best information for you and your family to make decisions. We do appreciate you watching.
And we'll be right back at 2 o'clock. Afternoon. It is a little after 2 o'clock on your Saturday. I'm Anna Chalker alongside Jenny Renovich. We're doing a little changing of the guard here this morning because we have a lot going on. We've been on the air for several hours with you all because we know this devastating flooding is unfortunately just continuing. So we want to get you updated with all of the information today.
That's right. Unfortunately, a lot of damage, a lot of evacuations still underway right now, and some rain still to come. So we want to check in first with meteorologist Rob Ellis to kind of set the stage where we're at, what we're expecting, Rob.
Yeah, we still have a lot of new data coming in. So here's where we are. We've crested the White River from Muncie to Anderson to Noblesville. By the way, Anderson and Noblesville crested at record levels, the highest they have ever been. The crest is expected this evening at the 82nd Street location. The White River will continue to swell farther downstream. Those crests are expected later tonight and then farther to the south, maybe as late as Monday. Here's where we sit right now. The level is at 21 feet. The record back in 1913, more than 100 years ago, was 22.4. The current crest is expected at 21.1, but this number continues to bounce up just a little bit because of all the additional rain that we threw into that with the flash flood warnings that happened through this morning and during the overnight. So what's going to happen here? So here are the levels. I showed you a few of these yesterday. At 21 feet, which is where we're currently sitting, this is the highest flood since March of 1913. So this is only the second time the river has gotten this high in the history of this flood gauge here. That is in progress right now. Now, floodwaters are going to cross Keystone Avenue at this level south of 80th Street. This is in Westfield Drive and Shore Acres. So that is happening right now, at least according to the latest data. There may be some manipulation of time here. What I mean by that is this may be either about to happen or may have happened, depending on where we are at that 21.02 gauge. Remember, the water has to come downstream just a little bit. And extensive flooding of Ravenswood, we're seeing that. Mystic Bay, Shore Acres, Rocky Ripple, we're seeing that. And areas near the Fashion Mall and Clearwater, where we've seen the water washed out there on River Road. Again, this is the guidance from the National Weather Service. If we get to 22.4, which is not likely, but it is possible, the floodwaters would be at a record, and we could have 1,400 homes that are going to be inundated at that point. We don't think that that's going to happen. This would involve thousands of evacuations, but just wanted to put in perspective where we are. We're expected to get here. We don't want to get to that record level. These are the areas which are projected to be inundated. We're talking about the Fashion Mall right here. That's what you're looking at. This is where that gauge is located. This is the White River and 82nd Street. This is 465. The issues that we've had with River Road washing out, that's in this general area where we have seen some of the inundation. Going to keep an eye on that, but the inundation also is going to continue for Ravenswood and Broad Ripple as well as in Rocky Ripple. Okay, so what happens now? Well, we're watching the radar. Thankfully, a lull in some of the heaviest rain. We still have the flash flood warnings that are ongoing. There's a good chance that we're going to see some rain for tonight and into tomorrow, although we may back off of the flooding threat just a little bit. But let me show you a future track. There's a chance we could see a few stronger storms even this afternoon. This particular model pulls them up to the north, but we're starting to look at a little bit of southeastern Indiana for that possibility. But overall, as far as adding additional floodwaters, I think tonight we get a little bit of a break. Unfortunately, as we look into Sunday morning, we may have more redevelopment of storms overnight and potentially another cluster of some heavy rain arrive tomorrow morning. I don't think it's going to be as heavy as what we saw this morning, but we're really going to have to watch it. It's not going to take much more to add into our streams and rivers to lead to additional flash flooding and then another chance for some showers, maybe not as heavy for Monday morning. Future track will show you that we're expecting additional rain, but it's nothing like what we have seen. As far as the forecast goes, we're waiting for this break in the rain from Tuesday into Wednesday. We'll watch that. We'll have to see if we're able to dry out. I'm going to keep an eye on the river gauges and let you know if we have any changes in that river height forecast.
All right, Rob, thanks so much for checking in on that. One of those hot spots we've been talking about all morning long, Hamilton County, Carmel, Noblesville, Fishers, all of those spots just really hit hard yesterday and even more today.
That's right. They're under a state of emergency right now. There are some evacuations underway, and we want to let you know if you have an area that you're concerned about where people can go as well. Our own Sam Johnson is live in Noblesville to tell us what she's seeing there. Hi, Sam.
Well, Jenny and Anna, if you're familiar with this part of town, you know this bridge behind me. This is the famous pottered covered bridge, a pedestrian path getting you back and forth over the White River. And as you can see this afternoon, it is caution taped off to keep people safe. That's because if you can see on the side of the bridge, we'll try to give you a view of it here, That is the Whitewater River just rushing through here. And from what we can tell, it is right on the bottom of this bridge. I was talking to a man earlier who said he's been keeping an eye on this bridge all week. He says yesterday the water was so high right before the crest, it was on this bridge. He was worried about the structure of the bridge when he came back to check on it today. As you can see now, it is rushing just on the bottom. So crews have come through, shut down this bridge to pedestrians out of safety precaution. It's not keeping people away, though. It's become a tourist attraction for a different reason. People coming to check on it, to see just how high the river is here in our neighborhood. Again, this is in Noblesville, just sort of west of downtown Noblesville, if you're familiar with this, right off Allisonville. Today, we did hear from Noblesville Mayor Chris Jensen, who declared a state of emergency for the city. In a press conference, he was giving an update with crews who have been out working this flood zone so far. He says about 475 people here in Noblesville are currently without power. The latest reading of the White River shows that it's fallen almost a foot already since it did crest overnight, but it is still above that original flood level. So there is a lot of work to do here as we continue to watch it fall. And of course, now the cleanup begins. Noblesville Mayor Chris Jensen was saying for anyone who wants to help and is able to help in all of this, he's asking you to still stay out of the area until Monday so crews can come in, do any immediate cleanup and make sure everyone is safe before we then lean to help our neighbors who need it the most as of right now. So Anna and Jenny, much more to come. Obviously, this pretty common scene here in Noblesville. We're seeing this in downtown Noblesville as well. So more to come from Hamilton County still ahead.
Yeah, that's so tough to see, Sam. This is the last historic covered bridge in Hamilton County. I know a lot of people like to walk on and bike on and wedding photos taken there. And right now, my goodness, with all that tape and that water rising, real danger.
It is, and it's also heartbreaking for people who have those memories there as well. We also want to let you know, staying in Hamilton County, that they are opening an emergency evacuation reception center with the Red Cross. That's going to be at the Hamilton County Fairgrounds and Expo Hall A. We just got this new information from Hamilton County just a little bit ago to make sure people are there, and there will be resources, food, water, anything you need to really keep yourself safe these next couple of days.
And it's important to access that resource if you do feel like things are getting a little bit dangerous, because it's better to go now than need to be rescued later.
And there's nothing wrong with just asking for help during this time,
For sure.
because these crews want to make sure you're out of your homes and safe, because you just never know what's going to happen in any of these situations. But we're going to switch off here really quick. We will be back with another update, staying with you all afternoon and into the evening at 6 o'clock, so you are updated with the latest information in your neighborhood and all of our other spots in Central Indiana.
We'll see you at 2:30.
Hey there, happy Saturday afternoon. I'm Anna Chalker alongside Jenny Renovich with your 2:30 flood update today, because we have so many updates we want to get with you as we're just going through the day, as the water continues to rush, I think is the word we're just going to have to use here for this situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, so many people impacted right now. Obviously, we have the eastern portion of our state, but we also have Hamilton County and Marion County, and we're actually getting some brand new updates about the situation in Marion County right now.
Yeah, we are. This is from that 11:30 press conference. You may have joined us with the mayor, EMA, IFD. So I'll tell you right now, they have closed 14 floodgates today because of this, monitoring some other ones in the White River to crest above 21 feet by 8 p.m. tonight, something everyone's going to be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, it's just incredible how fast that water is rising. We also want to let you know about shelters if you need to stay safe. So there is a shelter at the Washington Township Adult Center. That's at 8401 Westfield Boulevard. Also in Broad Ripple, the family park is open to people with pets. So if you have pets, that's the place to go. If not, go to the other one. And then there's also some text information if you just need to get some information. If you text Indy Flood 26, that's 67283, you can get flood response updates. So you can get some information over the phone that way too.
And it's very important to keep an eye on that, not only just with what the city has, but also we have a team here today for you to really make sure that you know what's going on hour by hour, not just on air, online as well. Rob Ellis joining us to give us our latest update today.
Yeah, we have yet to see the crest in Marion County just yet, in the White River, expected to still rise. In fact, I've got some new information. I'm going to put on the screen what I have here, and then I'm just going to step off just to make sure that this is accurate. The new crest is expected to be 21.4. The record is 22.4. We're now within 1 foot of the highest it has ever been in Indianapolis for the White River. And this is at the 82nd Street gauge. Keep in mind that this is the north side of Marion County. It will take much longer for the water to reach the south side of the county. The latest is at 21.02. As I said, I'm going to step off very quickly. It's now at 21.14, still forecast to be at 21.4. So if that changes, I will update this. Again, just wanted to keep you updated on that. We still have some flash flood warnings in place. All of these will expire over the next hour and a half or so. The last one will expire at 4 p.m. And then we are expecting more scattered showers and, yes, a few thunderstorms possible this evening and then into the overnight. But I don't think it's going to be as much as what we saw this morning, where we saw the very heavy rain add to the river flooding. We could see some showers and storms to our south and east overnight. We may pick up another batch of rain tomorrow morning, and this one does bear watching because this one could produce additional heavy rain in areas that do not need it. Then hopefully a break for Sunday afternoon. Unfortunately, more rain is expected to arrive on Monday. Not as intense as what we've been dealing with, but at some point on Monday, I think we're going to get a few storms that are going to be possible. Hoping for a break on Tuesday. Temperatures will come down a bit. In between the rain that we could see that's going to be heavy at times on Sunday, especially in the morning, we could see the temperatures get to 87. Again, just wanted to reiterate, we have not seen the crest yet here from the White River in Marion County. It is still expected to crest about a half a foot higher than where it is currently. Ladies.
All right, Rob, thank you so much.
And we know another spot that we've been covering today and really focused on, not just today, yesterday as well, was the city of Noblesville.
That's right. Hamilton County under a state of emergency right now, and Noblesville city leaders actually gave an update earlier today about where they stand, what you can do if you need help, and we certainly want to share that entire thing with you now. So take a listen.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning for one more minute, and welcome to America's hometown. I appreciate you coming and talking with us here today. It has been an incredible, quite frankly, historic 48 hours in this community. I'm joined today by City Council President Mike Davis, City Council Vice President Aaron Smith, Chief of Police Brad Arnold, Chief of Fire Matt Mitchell, and Deputy Mayors Sarah Reed and Matt Light. Again, we have not seen this flooding level since 1913. It's been 113 years since we've seen this record level setting flooding. I want to thank our partners at Hamilton County Emergency Management who've helped us coordinate this effort here today. While this morning it was raining a bit, I want to reassure our residents and those around the community that the White River has crested. While the rain is not helpful, it will not be adding to the overall total, so we're not concerned about the downtown square area, for example, or additional communities becoming flooding. In the last 24 hours, we have helped voluntarily evacuate 170 individuals in our community. 5 dogs and 1 groundhog who was perched atop a monument sign in our community. Once again, we take everything seriously in Noblesville. We are focused heavily in the Riverwood area, which is actually outside of Noblesville city limits, but just north of the community. And we still have public safety jurisdiction for that area, and we'll be focused on working with residents there. We're also focused heavily here in Federal Hill Commons, which is behind, actually directly in front of me, is a floodplain. It is designed to be a floodplain. There is a multi-family facility in that space that has been activated in terms of the flood operations there. Floodgates are up. Individuals there have been voluntarily evacuated if they'd like to. Power has been shut off to that building temporarily as per our flood management plan. We're also heavily focused working with our friends over at Riverwalk Village, which is an assisted living community, making sure that we can evacuate the individuals who live there as well, and also in our Southwest Quad neighborhood. Again, all voluntary evacuations, and appreciate all those friends and neighbors who have come alongside us to assist us with that effort. There have been a lot of questions around the water and wastewater systems here in our community. You may know our wastewater treatment plant is adjacent to the river. At this time, it is fully functional while there's flood waters in and around the treatment plant. No water is contaminated. No waters have breached the tanks that are out there, and we don't intend that to happen. So our water and stormwater systems is all systems go, and zero contamination into our water. Drinking waters, we have partners in Indiana American Water and Citizens Energy Group who manage that. I spoke with both of them this morning. I can tell you they are obviously, their systems are being challenged at this time. They're urging folks to please use water carefully in the next couple hours to make sure that we can maintain that system. But Citizens and Indiana American are all hands on deck to continue to provide safe drinking water to all those who live in our community. We have many power outages in the city of Noblesville. Duke is reporting nearly 475 residential and commercial units that are without power at this time. Obviously, with those evacuations, with loss of power, with the weather conditions that we have here, we have been working directly with some main partners to provide housing for those that have been relocated, mainly our friends at Good Samaritan Network, our own internal Noble Act program, which is our proactive paramedicine program, as well as our township trustee office here in Noblesville to find safe shelter for those that need it in the coming days. We are continuing to sandbag in highest hit areas, and I want to report that sandbags are currently being put together and distributed from the Household Hazardous Waste Center there on Pleasant Street. If folks need to get sandbags, they can travel over to the Household Hazardous Waste Center, which is just to the west of the fairgrounds there on Pleasant Street. Speaking of the fairgrounds, our partners at the Indiana Red Cross and the American Red Cross will be setting up a station there at the county fairgrounds on Pleasant Street starting at 1 o'clock. They will be there to come alongside all of our emergency operations systems to keep people safe and provide safe shelter and clothing and food for those vulnerable in our community. I'll end by simply saying that the best advice we can give to residents today is to stay home if possible. We know that may not be possible, and there are many roads that are very passable throughout our community, but there are many roads that are not. If roads are closed, we are serious. That road is closed. Stay off that road, stay out of the water. As you can see behind me, this is very fast-moving water and can be very dangerous and, quite frankly, can be deadly. Many people have asked how they can help. Every 5 seconds, I get a text message asking from Hoosiers across the state, asking how they can help. We have streamlined that in the city of Noblesville to work with 3 private nonprofit partners. If individuals are looking to give financially, they can visit the Hamilton County Community Foundation, which has set up a fund directly for support of individuals in our community. Our friends at Good Samaritan Network will start on Monday collecting donation items. So if you or your faith-based community or your business want to collect cleaning supplies, cleanup supplies, etc., you can donate that starting Monday to our friends at Good Samaritan Network. They would be happy to help you with that. I know many faith-based communities across our city are also collecting items as well. And then finally, I really want to thank our friends at Serve Village, which is the volunteer organization here in our community. They are going to be a one-stop shop for volunteers. So many people want to feel helpless today in our community. They want to help out immediately. The best thing you can do right now is stay home and let us get our job done. The second thing you can do is to go to Serve Village and sign up as a volunteer. In the past 12 hours since we stood up that program, we've seen over 400 people sign up to volunteer in our community. And in the coming days, we will activate that core of individuals to get them across the community, helping with cleanup and helping give a hand up to those in need. I also want to thank our friends at Noblesville Schools who have been in constant contact with us as we continue to manage through this. They are oftentimes the front door to vulnerable kids in our community, and they have been an incredible partner with us as well. Again, America's hometown will come out of this ahead. We will stand beside our friends and neighbors. We will lift each other up, and that's what we're doing here today, and that's why Noblesville, Indiana is America's hometown. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Any updates on the historic Potter's Bridge?
Sure. Potter's Bridge is just north of the area we're standing right here. It's a county park. Water was up to the bridge in the last several hours, but she, as she has done for generations, stays strong at this time. But we're closely monitoring that hugely historic asset in our community.
Is there anything that you don't think you can account for? You said the river is not going to crest, but we also can't predict the next 48 to 72 hours. Is there anything that you think you may be missing in terms of the estimation of where it's going to crest?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Are we missing anything? We have trained, we have planned, and we're now executing on our plans that we work on all the time. We're constantly asking questions cross-agency, making sure the county knows where we are at. We're working with our friends at the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, and now closely working with our friends in Carmel and Fishers as this water heads downstream. Again, Mother Nature is incredibly unpredictable. I said I wish we had better notes from 1913 on how they handled that. But we'll continue to document, ask questions, and be prepared. And one of our jobs on the back end of this, to your question, is to make sure that we are documenting anything and everything we are doing so future generations have better note-taking in order to handle a flood in the future.
There were 4 kids, one of which didn't come up in Delaware County,
Yeah.
that jumped off the Iron Bridge into the Mississinawa. I mean, kids are curious.
Yeah.
People think they're, waterproof.
Bulletproof.
Yeah, I mean, what are your suggestions and what are your thoughts for kids that think this water may be cool?
Yeah, well, first of all, our hearts go out to those folks up there. The incredible loss up in Cambridge City and Muncie areas, or Yorktown area is unbelievable. I'm a father of teenagers and 4 kids myself. And parents, we need you to parent today. We need you to remind your kids that this is not safe. This is not fun. This is not a game. This can take your life. We will be there to save you. We would like to not. We have other things we've got to focus on, so you've got to keep your kids away from this water, keep yourself from this water, have personal accountability. That is huge. Be aware of your surroundings and what actions you are taking. Are you making the situation better or are you making it worse? We have to ask ourselves that question. Additional.
Could you just the numbers you said off top about how many that you've rescued in the water?
Sure. 170 individuals have been voluntarily evacuated within our community. 5 dogs, 1 groundhog. I can tell you, not this past evening, but Thursday going into Friday, we are using quite a bit of our drone system, which we're using right now to survey damage. Incredibly helpful to have that technology. We were able to rescue 4 stranded vehicles overnight Thursday into Friday. But again, we're trying to not get to that point of stranded vehicles. We'd like for you just to not enter the water, but we have incredible technology today that can help us see what areas we're going into, because we got to keep our first responders, who I cannot say enough about. We got to keep them safe as well. We got to keep them rested. We got to make sure we have fresh bodies on the scene to make sure that we are taking care of folks. But I'm proud of the fact that we had no fatalities and very minimal, if any, injuries to report at this time.
There will be people that will try to come alongside some of the honest contractors that try to help people get back on their feet. Any response to people that aren't on the up and up, that try to come into your community and take advantage of people who just need their property fixed?
Well, I can tell you, whether it be crime or issues like this, bad actors have no place in Hamilton County. I can tell you our Hamilton County prosecutor, Josh Coker, and his team, the judges that are there, will not accept that. The Noblesville Police Department will be on them, and we will make sure bad actors get out of this community. I would just ask the residents to take your time vetting contractors. Feel free to give us a call at City Hall. We can help answer some questions for you. We want to make sure that you are safe now, but that you are financially protected and your assets going forward. That's a huge job of ours as well.
Is there a timeline? Do you have any idea how long it could take to get things back to normal?
Yeah, I think we're looking at weeks here, right? I mean, I think we'll have some pretty decent purview of the landscape by early next week. Once the river starts going down, which it's going right now, we'll get some pretty good clearing here even in the next 24 hours, and we can start in right away. But to get back to normal, you see permanent structures here that are filled with water that are not used to being filled with water. You see cars floating in the river behind me. That's going to take some time. So I think we're going to need some patience here amongst the community, but we're probably talking days and weeks to get this done.
And how high is the river right now?
So it crested earlier this morning at 24.6 feet. The previous record was 23.8 feet.
24.6?
Correct.
And previous record was?
23.8. Additional questions at this time? Thank you. Please stay tuned to our social media accounts. We'll be continue to get the word out. We appreciate you covering it and appreciate everyone staying safe in America's hometown today. And thanks to this team behind me.
All right, you just heard there from Mayor Chris Jensen, Mayor of Noblesville there. A lot of stern words you would hear in that presser, but it's not to scare anyone. It's to protect everyone in this city.
Yeah, keep everyone safe. And obviously they said they had 170 evacuations, some rescues of dogs and a groundhog, which I found interesting as well. Yes. And then of course the county fairgrounds, if you need help, that's the place to go in Hamilton County. Hamilton County, though, not the only area impacted. This is really a statewide issue.
It has east, north, south, anywhere at this point. It just continues to take over, especially when we were dealing with some stuff on the northwest side of the state. You may remember earlier in the week. So we do know Governor Mike Braun at 3 o'clock is going to talk about this. He did yesterday request for that federal aid coming from FEMA. So we'll probably get an update on what that could look like if that has been approved. That's at 3 o'clock again today.
Right.
We are going to have that live for you so you can hear from the governor, the other people with Homeland Security, and all of these state departments.
Yeah, we'll get that update here on the stream as well as live on Channel 13. So we will see you then. Until then, Anna will let you go home and enjoy.
I'll be back tomorrow morning.
That's right. That's right. And I'll stick with you tonight through midnight. Rob Ellis will be here too. We'll see you again with the governor at 3 o'clock. Is Ashley in there? Hi, it's me. I was just going to say,
the moment we saw it coming. So.
Thank you.
Poor people without insurance.
Hi, Governor.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good.
Good, sir. Thank you.
Any other technology? We're good to go.
Okay, we'll give him a second, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'm ready whenever anybody else is.
Very good. So, as of Tuesday, when we could see it coming, and then immediately once daylight hit on Wednesday, you could see that it was an unusual system coming through. Had winds recorded of around 100 miles an hour coming into Gary. So the straight line winds across a broad width like that, it was amazing the damage there. Noticed it in Hobart, and as we went up to the Hammond Fire Station, it was clear that this was a different kind of weather event, and the Adjutant General with the National Guard was there as well. And on the spot, I mobilized them into action. Basically, their wind, broad width of it, Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. And then as it shifted to the southeast, it kind of lightened up a bit, but still miscellaneous damage, and then decided to drop an ocean of water over about 4 counties that would feed into the east or the west fork of the White River, and that's what we're dealing with now. So been 5 fatalities recorded over that stretch of time, and Jonathan may have more details on it. But from daylight on Wednesday morning, I just want to give great credit to the agencies involved, the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, Department of Natural Resources, State Police, Department of Corrections. All hands were on deck. We're still, as people are surprised, even though they didn't get the heavy rain, as it moves through places like Anderson and Indianapolis, there are going to be displacements. It's going to impact homes insured, underinsured, and not insured. So those will all be different elements of what we will do as a state. And I just hung up with the president about 15 minutes ago. They're in the process of galvanizing FEMA to do a declaration, which then speeds up that process. And that doesn't really happen very often. It would take something like of the magnitude of what happened down in North Carolina a few years ago. And for Indiana, this is about as widespread of a weather issue we've had in years. So, but all of our agencies are there. We had a Black Hawk helicopter actually on call in case we needed it for rescue or surveillance, and hopefully the forecast, which shows we may get more rain, lightens up on us. But here going forward, we'll be fully deployed until we get through all the effects of what's been a significant weather event. Questions?
Governor, when you talked to the president, you related to him what you personally had seen. You put eyeballs on. What was his verbal reaction?
His reaction was that when they do this next kind of declaration, that it takes a really special kind of weather event where it's kind of comprehensive. A tornado, which affects maybe a county or two, if it's not a really large one, generally doesn't muster that kind of help. And here we had our state office holders, our folks in Congress all weighing in, and generally that could take 4 to 5 days, and we got that expedited where, like I say, I just spoke to him a little bit ago.
Did the president indicate if he had seen any of the news coverage of the flooding?
Yeah, the news coverage has been national. If you've been on any national news, Weather Channel especially, it's talking about the hurricane down that's going to probably skim across Hawaii and then flooding in Indiana. So,
Governor, we've got now several widely spaced disaster areas. We're still recovering in Northwest Indiana. We've got the sites in Delaware County, Cambridge City, that sort of thing. Now we're dealing with this. Any concerns that that's going to hamstring efforts to respond in any one particular area?
No, I think we're as well prepared. And when I think our state government was reorganized very definedly into these responsibilities as a secretary, you got to imagine before we were a governor and a chief of staff and then agency heads. This has made a difference, and it's enabled me to be able to respond to a lot of stuff quickly. And resource-wise, we're probably in the best shape we've ever been in as a state. I've talked about that recently. So it puts us in a good spot. We just need to make sure that when you do have that issue locally, your first contact's probably going to be with your local officials, first responders, and then we're in contact with them, and we're watching this from the moment it occurred. So I think all hands have been on deck, and resource-wise, we're in good shape.
Are you pre-positioning resources farther downstream as this stuff works its way out of Marion County?
So as you get into where the White River goes after it passes maybe Martinsville, pretty rural, there'll be a lot of cropland impacted. If you don't have levees to protect you there, thank goodness the crops are nearing maturity. Corn, unless it just gets flooded and knocked over, and then that would be dealt with probably through crop insurance. So your big issues here are when you're near a population center, and in Indianapolis, Anderson, probably the two impacted most by the waters from upstream. If you just had 3 or 4 inches, you wouldn't be seeing what you're seeing in Anderson or Indianapolis, but you had 10 to 12 inches in places, and as it moves down and you get more rain to boot, that's where you get into a situation like this.
Governor, when it comes to rebuilding and sort of getting Indiana back on track, will local governments have the resources that they need to get all this done, particularly in the wake of the most recent suspension of the gas tax?
Yes, because the suspension of the gas tax, so you know, hasn't impacted locals in any way because they're going to be completely replenished. States coffers as well. And if you didn't hear it, our Indiana Department of Transportation built in 2 days a permanent fix on 125 feet of I-70 gone. So that is fast response. Resources are good. And when you've got rainy day funds and a surplus due to the fact that I think the way government's being run, it puts us in a really good place of flexibility. So locals just need to communicate with us, and we're doing that with them to where we get through all the impacts that you're going to get working yourself through this.
Governor, how important is it that we get this special relief so that it can supplement the state's response during this emergency?
It's important because it brings things into bear when it comes to, excuse me, especially like uninsured homes, that part of it. And homeowners, if you've got insurance, you need to get with them right away. Underinsured and uninsured will be where that federal nexus comes in to help.
How soon can they get that relief?
It'll be quick because we got in the whole declaration and their involvement as quick as any type of disaster in this case. So, and we were working on that from day one, which would have been Wednesday, and knowing that here on Saturday is pretty quick, so that's good.
A question for Jonathan. As we work through the next 24 to 36 hours, talk about the priorities and top concerns you're going to have during that time frame, and then talk about how that's going to change once we get past this 24 to 36 hour period.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. We're still actively responding, as you can see behind me. So the next step, the next day, 2 days, is continue the response, make sure that life safety is our main priority. After that, we start the recovery process. That's going to look different in Northwest Indiana than it is in East Central and South Eastern Indiana, because floods are very different than wind events. So this declaration that we're talking about today, this emergency declaration, is just going to expedite that response phase. So we're going to get to the recovery quicker. I'm very thankful to Governor Braun, to the President, for pushing this through with FEMA. It's not something that we see often, which means that we're very close to Indiana's worst day.
And the President reminded me of that when I spoke to him. So I think the good relationship there, it takes a certain threshold, and there is some subjectivity to it. So it was gratifying to see that we got it that quickly.
Typically, Indiana's able to bounce back on its own. We are very fortunate, as the governor mentioned, to have resources available, but this is taxing those resources. It's taxing our local responders and state officials. We want to bring in all hands on deck, as you've directed us
Yeah.
to do, and do this as quickly and efficiently as possible. And you see that across the entire state. Everybody is working 24/7 in these local communities.
Before I take any more questions, you want to update them on getting people back with power in the Northwest? Because we started at how many homes without power?
Over 300,000 homes as of, I think, Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe. We're down to, I'm looking at the number behind you, 157,000 outages statewide right now. Those are coming down. We've done something up in Northwest Indiana because of your direction that we've never done before. We're partnering state agencies with utilities, with NIPSCO. They're going out ahead of the utility to clear the way. So you've got right-of-ways that are blocked, you've got properties that are blocked, and so our teams from the Department of Correction, NDOT, DNR, they're going out ahead of
And the
that team,
National Guard.
and the National Guard, and clearing the way so that those utilities can get in faster and get power restored. We know that's the priority up in Northwest Indiana, and that's going extremely well from what I understand, that process. It is going to take time. We knew that. We knew it would take days at least, but it is moving forward as quickly as it can. And then as far as the flooding, again, that's an ongoing issue. That's going to continue for the next 24 hours at least, and then we'll start that recovery process next.
Governor, is this the new normal? And if this is the new normal, we used to get these floods, what, every 30 years? Now we're getting them every couple of years. Then how does the state reprioritize or rethink its approach if this is going to become a regular thing every few years?
You know, so if this starts to repeat itself in a way that you're dealing with it, that's what a rainy day fund's about. That's what making sure you have flexibility within your own state resources, and you'd plan accordingly. It's like living in Florida. You know, they're dealing with hurricanes quite frequently. Insurance is handled differently there, and you've got to be prepared for it. So here we'll have to keep an eye on that, and if it does become something we're dealing with, it's like anything else. You start adjusting for it, and then making sure that your state finances are in a place that can handle it.
So, Governor, speaking of insurance, what role or will the Department of Insurance have to play when people start submitting claims and claims get rejected, you know, back and forth?
So if you're having any issues with your own coverage there, and hopefully you're not, we want to know about it, because we'll elbow and, you know, be doing some jawboning on it as well. But don't just get a hold of your insurance companies if you've got insurance, work through it, and then we're going to be here if there are any issues to deal with. So you won't be out there on your own.
Governor, Noblesville's mayor said the White River crested at 26.4 feet today. He believes the worst is behind them. It crested, the previous record was, I think, 23.8. Do you believe the worst is behind us?
I mean, all we can do is go on the weather forecast, and when the ground's saturated like this, even though it's a dry time of the year normally, I think we got to hopefully not any more major storms like this come along, or else we'd have to deal with it to some extent again. The flooding part is something that's going to crest and get down the stream. The wind damage part of it up in the Northwest is maybe something more analogous to what a hurricane would do, because it's not just a strip, you know, it's a broad area, and that's what they're dealing with up there, and that's why all the power outages were there. On the flooding side, though, it's devastating whenever it gets out of its banks, and then you're getting into the insurance issues, and of course, people displaced, businesses out of business for a while. And we all empathize with them. Hearts go out to the folks that have to move out of their home where they've never had a flood issue in decades. So that's why you have state resources there to help, and we'll be there.
Jonathan, do we have any totals on the human toll, how many lives have been lost, or is there even a ballpark figure on what this is going to cost the state of Indiana and individuals in the tens of millions more?
We do know of 5 fatalities that have been confirmed to be storm related at this point. There are others that we're trying to confirm that may be tied to the storm, but at this point we have 5 fatalities that are directly tied to this event. And you're right, tens of millions of dollars is a low ballpark for what we're looking at, I think, here. This is a historic event for Indiana. We had the floods in 2008. That was the sort of previous record, or potentially previous record. I expect this to be a very extensive cleanup and recovery operation, almost statewide. That's why Governor Braun declared a statewide disaster emergency earlier this week. We know there's impacts all across the entire state from corner to corner. So it will take us weeks to really gather that detail, that level of detail on the total extent and the total damage. But that's the type of information we need to go the next step with FEMA, with another declaration request for additional opportunities for assistance for these disaster survivors. And we're going to do everything we can with state resources to get people back on their feet and apply for any federal assistance that may still be out there and available.
The 5 fatalities, is that all flood related? Does that also include fatalities from the storms of Northwest Indiana?
From Northwest Indiana as well.
Okay.
So from this entire system this week. Yes.
Jonathan, can you explain the importance of the Emergency Operations Center right now as all of this continues for days on end?
Yes, these folks behind us have been working, some of them on and off, all week. And this room during a crisis like this, during a disaster like this, is so important because everybody's in the same room talking. You have somebody who makes a request from a county, in Northwest Indiana, for oxygen tanks. It's immediately tasked, it's immediately assigned to the right workstation back here, and then we find out how to get that asset or that resource out to the local community. So the immediate communication and collaboration between all these agencies and partners is just incredible and incredibly important on days like today.
Governor, anything as you were surveying the damage, here, Northwest Indiana, just really got to you?
I think when I got up to the northwest part, looking as we came up 65, and you could tell where it started, Hobart. And we went through one neighborhood where if you had trees in your neighborhood, it had actually taken like a dormer out, poked a big hole in it. And when you look in that home, it was on kind of every other block, there was some damage. When we got to Cambridge City, the water had already receded. And of course that was then working its way down the watershed. And that's probably what's shocking to people in Anderson and Indy, because we didn't get the heaviest rains. There were about 3 counties that got anywhere from 6 to close to 12 inches of rain.
12 plus.
And if you're getting 12 inches of rain, there's only one consolation. Hopefully it's not in steep topography, because then you've got a disaster. When you're getting it on a flat topography, it kind of spreads out, but you're never going to escape getting rid of 6 to 10 inches of rain in a short period of time. And then the surprise that you can have that much damage downstream, and you're going to have that if you've got population densities close to it. The only place where it seems like it wouldn't have much impact, and then farming, as tough as it is, it's been 3 to 4 tough years there, then you're going to probably lose some of your crops, but it's always felt most where you've got people living near a river.
Yeah, for those of us who made it in a few minutes late, could you give us the dollar amount on federal aid that's been unlocked when we're
So the dollar amount we don't know exactly, but we're getting it unlocked, which puts us in a much better place, and in terms of what it can cover. And I just confirmed that with the president about 20 minutes ago. So that formality will be coming out soon.
Yeah, so how are residents who've been affected by the floods and the winds, how will they see the impacts of that aid and how will they access it?
The immediate impact of this aid is for the response. So it will help with this room, it will help with local responders. What I would encourage residents who are impacted by this event to do is contact 211. Report that damage. If you have insurance, get in touch with your insurance company as quickly as possible. But 211 is where we want to start to gather those details about what do people need. That may be damage to your home, that may be that you just need food or shelter. 211 can help with all of those things. So that's what I would encourage impacted residents to do right now. But this initial emergency declaration that the governor has talked about will unlock I believe up to $5 million for the immediate response needs, debris removal, power restoration, road repairs, those types of things. So we're very fortunate to be in a position to have that additional resource coming into the state, and it will only help expedite this process.
And going forward, we'll give updates so you know what's going on. Probably do something early next week, but keep our fingers crossed that we're done with the worst of the weather and we can get at getting things cleaned up. So thanks for being here today, and good questions, and we'll keep working hard.
Thank you. Thanks, Trevor. Thanks.
All right, you've been hearing from Indiana Governor Mike Braun giving an update on the state's response to a historic flooding event. Not only that, but a historic wind event in northwest Indiana. They are calling it an unprecedented weather event across our state, close to Indiana's worst day. Some of the points that he talked about was using time, money, and resources to try and recover from this. And most importantly, he has spoken with President Trump. He said just about 20 minutes ago, in the process of getting FEMA activated, getting this a national disaster, which is rare, he said, to have the state declared a national disaster. But he said that will unlock money not only to help with the response as far as road repairs and debris removal and power restoration, but then eventually also to help people who have been impacted, all these storm victims, especially those who maybe don't have insurance on their homes. Also mentioned, if you need help right now, the way to go is to call 211. That's kind of where they're conserving and getting all of those resources together. So that's the update from Governor Braun. We also want to get you an update on how the weather is right now, because Rob Ellis, we are not out of the woods when it comes to the rivers cresting and the rain.
No, not at all. Now, I've got two big pieces of information I'm going to give you right now. So first, let's talk about this gauge at 82nd Street. We've been really driving this point home. It may, and I'm going to stress, may have crested here. We were at 21.18 as of about 15 to 30 minutes or so ago. Now it's gone down, but I want to caution you because we may see some minor fluctuations and it may rise again. So until we continue to see that trend happening, we're going to say it may continue to rise. The current forecast is 21.4. It may have crested, though. Again, I want to show you this picture. This is the bridge. This is where that gauge is located. This is a viewer photo from someone who works in the Fashion Mall Commons. This is right across the street from Keystone at the crossing. Thankfully, this berm here has kept it from the water from getting into the parking lot. And as I understand it, the parking lot there has not flooded, but boy, is it close. And you can see just how high the water is. By the way, to get to the top of the bridge, or the bottom of the bridge here, I believe is 24.5 feet. We're sitting at 21.16 feet. We are not at that level. So that's one piece of new information. Expecting to crest this evening, right now potentially, and all of that water is going to go downstream. Because of that, because we're expecting this to crest later this evening, DPW has put in some new at-risk locations that they're saying you need to have your evacuation plan ready to go. Here are the areas that we're talking about. This is now on the south side of the city, because even though we've been focused on areas in Rocky Ripple and in Ravenswood, now all of this is going down. The Raymond Street area, Highacre Manor, Sunshine Gardens, and Southport Road. I'm going to go through all of these. Let me very quickly get you in here. In the Raymond Street area, we're talking about the area east of the White River. This is south of Raymond Street, which is right here, all the way down to Southern Avenue. This is going to be bounded on the east and west by Bluff Road, by West Street, I should say, and by Bluff Road. So this is the area that the DPW is concerned about next. Also Highacre Manor. This is 465, by the way. This is where it crosses the White River, and it's this little neighborhood right in here that we're looking at, west of the White River and north of 465. Let's take you a little further to the south and east on the other side of the interstate. This is where the new 69 interchange has been put in within the last couple of years. Sunshine Gardens, Epler Avenue on the south side, Warman Avenue on the east, and the White River on the west, with 465 being the other bound. This is the other area that DPW is concerned about. And then farther south from there, again, they're saying have your evacuation plan in place. They're not saying it's an evacuation order at this point, but between the White River and Tibbs Avenue, including Indy Lakes Campground, this is essentially areas near Southport Road and points to the south along the White River. These are the new areas that we're watching that DPW is a little bit concerned about, because the rise in the river hasn't reached crest here yet. It's going to continue to rise in the southern part of Marion County. Going to continue to watch that. Again, we may have seen a crest here at the river at the 82nd Street location, but now it's all moving downstream. I'll be back with more updates, of course, throughout the day.
All right, Rob, thanks so much. And before we get you back to regular programming, do want to give you a quick update that we just received from the Indianapolis Fire Department as far as their response. This was as of about 3 o'clock. 50 water rescues in Marion County, 48 of those just since this morning. They say they've also helped about 91 residents and 45 pets with evacuations in Indianapolis, and dispatchers have been busy as well. They've been fielding 387 calls so far. Again, that information from the Indianapolis Fire Department. So we have crews across the area following not only the damage and the destruction from the flooding, but also what happens next. We'll also keep you updated on the recovery efforts and what we can expect from the state and the national response as far as FEMA dollars, all of that coming up for you tonight at 6 o'clock. If there is something urgent in the meantime, we'll break in and let you know. But until then, we'll see you at 6.
Bye.